Hello? It is time for Steam to mess with my stuff and update, even though I have a beta version selected and it's not supposed to update when I do that. But apparently it's going to do that anyway, so. So yeah, it has apparently just forced me to update and I couldn't tell it not to. So I'm probably going to have to... Yeah, okay. I gotta copy it back in. Very dumb. Where'd it go? Okay. It's like, it's supposed to be that I select a beta version and it never updates that. There we go. Well, it does say custom build now, which I'm really confused about. It should say zombie game. It used to say that. I wonder what's going on there. Is it production? Production does this? Don't know. Don't know. Okay, but what I got, wait. Do I have quality settings now on Twitch? Hang on, I gotta check that. Do I really? I do. Awesome. Cool. Thank you, Twitch. I don't know why I have that, but apparently I do. Maybe it's a glitch. Okay. Custom build. Things will work. All right. So we're now gaining interest for sounds. Check groups to do. Why is that to do? Oh, this method doesn't exist yet. That's it. Where is... There it is. So I believe this is going to be after node path. So right after node path before location, I'll have get groups. And this will be an array of string name. Because I can bring this back to IDs. I guess I could say get event group IDs and just get the IDs. But I believe in my case, I think I actually want these to be sound group ID. Ah, okay. So these are IDs. All right. So do packed int array. Can I return null for a packed int 32 array? Cannot do that. Returns an empty array. Here's actually kind of an issue. I actually have to return returns. Yeah, I have to return an array with only -1 as its -1 as its only value. But what if it stores? No, because if it stores positive IDs, then I know it's going to be good, right? I'm just straight up returning that. Returns an array with -1 as the only element if the event lacks group data, or which is greater than the number of group data stored. And I'm going to explain why. The reason to not return an empty array instead is because an empty array is valid. An empty array is valid, while negative elements are not valid. If it matters, yeah. Yeah. Invalid. Unfortunately, can't return null, so. I believe this means I will have to do get events reference, and then I get the data offset of this type, and then I have to parse it and return it. Whoops, what did I just do? I just like pasted nothing, but nothing happened. -1. Hey, Yulia. Good morning. Why do I keep hitting enter instead? And then I want groups. So get event data offset should, I think, already be set for this. Yeah. So then I just decode a U8 for how much I'm going to read. And then I take packed in 32 array. The Vulkan C++ Raider got burned out, started a Godot project. What? Oh. Huh? That's crazy. You mean to hack the doc? Nuts. It's gonna be equal to what is it? Events decode U8. Wait. What's rated U? It's just 2. Yeah, I mean I've had 3 graders in the last 5 days, so add groups. So I'm just decoding U8s. So I could just straight up take those out. I don't even need to really say decode U8. So I could say decode events at offset what is that, plus I? Yeah, I guess so. And then return IDs. I'll just say decode U8. All right. What was that? I was turning up the volume and it just, for an instant, went to max volume. Okay. Okay. Gun fired. Is this curiosity? So yeah, go in here. What do we got? Travel. Okay. Distance multiplier is a sample, 0.102. Have end time, just checking sure we're in time. Definitely should be. Get the node. This to do is done. So sound group should come back with 1 as 2. And is that 2? 0, 1, 2. Gunshot. Nice. So gunshot should be interesting. Target groups. Should be this one. Gunshot. Okay. So this one won't be the right type. This one will be the right type. Sense type 2. Is that right? I guess so. So we get the group ID. Group ID should also be 2. It's -1. How? Settings, group name is gunshot. Gunshot. Has this not been static initialized? Has it really not? What? Oh wait, no, this is sound group ID. Sound group ID. Yes, okay, it is 2. Good. Good. Static initialization actually does work. If sound groups does not have it, which it will have it, And then we're going to set our group ID to 1, 1, and then group will be these settings, and then we'll be done. So we're going to add, I think 3 or something. Yep, 3. Save it. Very cool. Updating or initializing all this interest memory stuff. Alright, I'm actually curious to go see what that looks like. What is interest memory? Inverse decay rates, just 1s. Max interest is 0. Total is 0, or max interest is 100. Total interest is 0. Longest timer, all of that debug name is not set. Okay. Node name should be the weapon node. Cool. We get our interest, which is going to be 3. -1 means it doesn't exist. But it is 1. We get all of our stuff. Get the group ID, the group, gunshot. We get the node. Huh. Right. Node get interest. 0. Node set decay rate ID. 1. 1. Set decay timer to 0. Modify interest if not in refractory, which it will be 0. Group threshold is 0. So this one should run. Set interest about 3. So we got interest. 317. Cool. Very nice. Okay. So he is
How you doing?
now becoming interested. Hey, Hack the Doc. I heard you gave up and you're doing Godot now. Is this true? I gave up Godot and went back. Okay, good. I don't want that. Yeah, I don't think he does anything right now. I should probably bring myself closer to him. Actually, here's my idea. I use the scope to see if he's even... I don't think he should be doing anything right now. Yeah, he's not even looking this way. Updating buffers is forbidden. I'm getting very close to being done with having sounds implemented into their goals. Then they'll be able to look for gunshots or walking players. Twitch is wrong? What do you mean Twitch is wrong? I once ended a stream and it said for like 2 minutes later that like the stream was interrupted, not that I manually ended it. What am I looking for? Investigate? For type and type thresholds. Honestly, I don't remember this. I didn't think it looked like this. What is this? Site is 5. I don't remember how this works. Be looking in the evening because I need to eat and prepare some more work. All right. Yeah. I must be sick, I think. I've had a cough for a while. How does this work? Okay. I think I set it up so that they find... Okay, first of all, this has... Okay, this is activated by curiosity, so that's correct. Interest has to be at least 2. They turn to face things when there's 2. They navigate when there's 5. Currently, they only respond to sight. So I guess I need to make a new one for sound. And I guess sound would have to be higher than that. I know that shooting my gun where I was at just generated 3. I feel like I might need to rethink these values. Definitely. Or maybe sound just needs to generate more interest. Maybe that's it. Maybe more like... I don't want to go all the way up to 100. Maybe 60. That would create... I would say 80. And then I'll say 8 is where they... I'll say 80, and then... Okay, so let me remind myself of how these thresholds work, which I probably need to document that. They still pick the highest thing to respond to, but if anything crosses its threshold, that takes priority. So I should really actually document that. I can't lie about him anymore. What is this? The type of... Type of sensory memory. Just the type of sensory memory. And then the threshold for this sense. When passing it, let me say this. Investigates and still respond to inputs below this value. But when any sense meets its threshold, the lowest indexed sense will have priority. Okay, so this can still be that, like, this should definitely have a higher threshold than sight, but it doesn't need to be like, I don't need to say like, okay, well, I needed this gunshot to be high enough to pass the threshold immediately. No, it doesn't need to. It shouldn't. So send me some croissant. How's that gonna work? It'll probably be bad by the time it's delivered. Right, so I'll bring this back down to like 30 because this is kind of what I thought it should be. 30, and then maybe even 40, actually. I'll say 40. And then sound, it should definitely have a threshold. Cool, there we go. It needs to be higher than sight, so I'm thinking 10. This is essentially like, what value can this overpower seeing something? So if something generates 10 interest, that can, I don't know, this will have to be tuned for sure. I'm not even sure where this would really interact. How? I guess the idea is, say there's a sound happening, and you stand in front of the zombie. The sound is behind the zombie, but you're in front of the zombie. How interesting should you become before they start ignoring the sound? And the other way around. Even if they see you and they hear a really loud sound behind you, like how much more should that be before they say, all right, I'm going to forget what I'm looking at and I'm going to forget what I'm looking at now and turn around. Maybe 3. This would say that a sound has to be 3 times higher than sight for it to meet its threshold. Which at that point it would then overpower its sight. Actually, here's the thing. This is probably a weird way. It's probably a weird way. He's French, he's close. Alright, cool. Oh, you're too much. Or Godskin Apostles. Gotta skip that. Trying to think. What does this mean? I feel like I don't have a good analog for this, because if everything is below threshold, we're just picking the highest thing. But I feel like what I really want to say is there's a threshold at which point anything that passes the threshold, we only care about that. Only care about things that have passed the threshold. But I feel like I also want... what I would rather have is just something that says, here's sight, here's sound. You care 3 times more about sight than you do sound. I feel like that's a better description of what I'm trying to make. I don't know, this one's a bit weird. I think maybe I should revisit this at some point. I don't even know how. I just think it's not quite. It doesn't feel intuitive, I guess, is what I'm getting here. This isn't intuitive at all. It seems a bit weird. Revisit this. Feels strange and not intuitive to work with. Probably need something more like this sense is 3x more important than something like that. I'm trying to think of the problem that I would have. The problem that I would have is when I'd be testing something, I would say, all right, I'm standing about this far away from the zombie. I want him to fixate on me. And I would test that by saying, all right, I'm gonna stand this far away and I'm gonna play a sound this loud behind him that he's sensitive to. And I'd set it up so that such that I say, all right, this is the boundary where if the sound was any louder, he would focus on the sound. If I was any further, he would focus on the sound. But everything right as it's set up here is he should stay looking at me and eventually come to me and not turn around to look at the sound. How would I tune that? I don't think thresholds would tune that. I guess thresholds would tune that, but what I would do is I would drop the sight threshold. But it's already pretty low. But that even still feels strange because then it's like, now I'm just making him super sensitive to sight, and now maybe he just fully ignores sound almost all the time because anything he sees is going to be way more interesting than any sound. Maybe thresholds should just go away entirely, and this like type threshold thing just drops out completely. And I simply just work with interest and curiosity, and I just say, all right, well, you see a zombie, but you hear a gunshot. I can tune it so that the gunshot's more interesting. Maybe it would actually just be amplifiers, like on top of it. So what would I do here? I guess what I would do here is I would increase the base interest for a gunshot, decrease the base interest for seeing a zombie target, which is the player, something like that. I would mess with this like base interest stuff. I would not want to mess with this stuff here. Yeah, maybe I just scrap that completely. I was going to leave it for later to think about it more, but now that I've thought about it more, I feel like this just doesn't have any purpose. It's making it more complex, and it's not making it easier, pretty much. It's making it harder to work with. More complicated and harder, not making it simpler and easier. Maybe what I would rather have is turn and navigate thresholds for sight and sound instead of at the base level. So instead I would say, all right, when you see something, turn at this amount and go to it at this amount. When you hear something, turn to it at this amount and navigate at this amount. That might make more sense. Because then I could say, okay, well, I don't want to mess with all of these ratios, but I definitely want this guy to just start paying more attention to sounds. So then I could tune that. Maybe that makes more sense. He would still favor looking and navigating the things that he sees, provided they pass the threshold. But then it means that if there's a sound and there's a sight, If the sight passes its navigate, he's just navigating to what he sees. But that would mean he totally ignores any sound. I don't know. I have to figure something out for that. Like, how do I want them to respond when they're traveling towards something that they see and they hear something like probably incredibly loud off to their side? Do they turn to look at it at all? Do they fully ignore it? Maybe you're really far away and they're like investigating. They're not actually going to chase, right? They're just checking it out. But they hear a gunshot. I guess that's where time fall off might come in. What does time fall off do? Time fall off gets the last time the event was updated. Not sure. I gotta take the dog out. I'll be right back. Alright, dude, we're going. I'm back. Yeah, I've still got that issue. I need to find some way to allow myself to configure it so I could set something up like that. Where maybe they're going to investigate something. Actually, how does it work right now? I guess it actually works right now where they look for... What do they do? They just go through all the events. Okay, let me... They activate because something has become interesting, right? They activate every time curiosity activates. Something interesting has happened. This will go through and look at the event and say, or rather it looks at all events until we reach our... Wait, how do we actually break there? Well, there's something a bit weird. Yeah, I mean, I don't like the threshold thing at all anymore. I think it's fine in this sense, where I have a turn and a navigate. But I want that to be on senses. Not the whole thing. But I could still have a multiplier at the front that's like, how sensitive are we to turning? I guess just how sensitive are we? And that could act as a multiplier to sort of reduce these thresholds but that I would set down here. Because I still want to make sure it's configurable so that when I spawn a zombie, I could say like, all right, you're sensitive, right? You like to investigate any little thing that happens. And I would rather have like one value I can change for that. I mean, I don't think I would do it on the goals. I think goals should be pretty rigid and have like the final ratios to say like, all right, sight's always this, sight's always like this, sound's always like that. But then something in curiosity, I mean, I really have a value here. That's just a multiplier. So I'd say, all right, your curiosity is like 2. Your curiosity is like half. Right, that's what I would set here. Hearing, I would say, all right, your max loudness is low, your max distance is high. Vision, your vision range is high, your FOV is high. Things like that. That's what I would set. I would modify the senses, I would not modify the goals. Maybe I should go and save these. Or maybe just make unique. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and save these as their own thing. Oh, come on. Would it be goal? Investigate? Basic? Yeah. And these are goals. They don't store any data. Well, they track data when they're called, but these are not like resource stuff where... I'm not modifying these. I'm not putting this on 2 different guys and then changing one of them. And that stuff won't be copied. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and save all these as their own thing. So I'm thinking right away I want to go and pull this off, this type thresholds thing. Not pull it off, but change it so these are not here. They're in here. Navigate target distance. Yeah, this also would change, actually. So I would say, yeah, like how fast you travel to something you see, how far away are you gonna stand when you reach the thing that you saw. For sounds, how fast you're gonna travel to something you heard. How far away are you gonna stand from where you heard it? Things like that. Actually, maybe this should stay. Okay, I know for sure that I want these, so I'll move these over. And I'm going to take off that. This is not going to have its own threshold. It's going to be just turning and navigating. All right, 2 and 5. Turn. Say 5 and 8. Nine, 8. Let's make it higher, actually. Maybe I'll make it 12. This is a little bit more than double. This one's a little bit more than double. Okay, cool. Now, the way that this works is it should go through each one of these. It needs to find something to turn to and something to navigate to. I think travel targets. If the investigate should include a navigation. Right, okay. So basically I say I'm looking just for anything that is turning or navigating, or I guess just anything at all that activates. And yeah, this means that let me click on one of these to fix that. Okay, well it's like bugged and it's not showing it correctly. So I guess what I'd be collecting is maybe this is also where I can say like an interest multiplier on top of it. So essentially what that means is if I have a sight, I will respond to it pretty quickly. If I have a sound, I need a little bit more to respond to it. But if they're both met, which one will I pick, right? Do I pick sight always? So even if I see something slightly, I will ignore like a little explosion directly behind me, you know? Like if I see a player a mile away, am I going to ignore gunshots that are happening literally directly behind me? Probably not, I think. So now I think this is where I would have something where I pick a highest value. So do I pick the most interesting thing I see or the most interesting sound I hear? Maybe I want a way to tune that. So I would say, all right, well, sight's going to have a multiplier of 3. Sound is going to be a multiplier of 1. You know, maybe that makes sense. So let me do that. Type thresholds. I feel like type thresholds is probably a poor name now. Maybe it should be type responses. Or type interest. Investigate interest settings. Yeah, I like this. I like this better. And then I want to rename that. Normally I wouldn't rename it like this right away. So yeah, I'm going to hold off on renaming that file right away. But I will rename the type. That way I'm not breaking file history. The same file will have its history throughout, even through renames. This would be like parameters for interesting events related to sensory types. This is used to favor certain senses for turning and navigation, as well as priority when multiple senses compete for a response. In the event two senses are equally favorable. I feel like I got bad posture right now. The first one in the list will be selected. So like, say I'm at the perfect distance away and he wants to investigate me, but there's also a sound that's perfectly loud enough that also wants to be navigated. Vision happens before sound, so he's gonna favor the vision. So on literally the edge of the edge cases, it's sight over sound, which I think is right. Okay. So I don't have that. I am going to be going through memories that have happened in the last whatever the frequency is. Actually, goals don't have a frequency. They just use the time. I feel like I gotta like redo this a bit. So I have an event. Yeah, the event is going to store the one that turned out to be the most interesting. So we're going to go through this. T is going to be the type that the event was. I feel like I may as well go ahead and get better names on this stuff. Best event. Best event type. So I have type is no longer type thresholds, it is type interests. Or interest in type interests. It will be interest type. I don't think I need any of that, actually. Yeah, let me take that off. Okay, but I did say that I definitely wanted a multiplier on this, so... I guess I can go to 2. Or greater. And it will be... I think it's just multiplier. I'll just call it multiplier. Why is it not happy about this? Invalid argument. Export range. It's just lying to me. That's straight up lying to me. I don't think I've typed anything wrong there. Argument 3 should be float. Oh, it should be. I did type something wrong. Use this, for example, to make sight more important than sound. Even when both meet turn navigation. Threshold. So is turn threshold and navigate threshold poor names? Because they're like kind of long. I'll just call it turn and navigate instead of threshold. All right. So don't want that. I get the type from the event types. If the events are empty, we don't care. Find the most interesting event. So in this case, I do want it to be that I stop looking when the... Okay. I was going to say, I guess I could do two things. All right, so I know that when I'm adding events, the first game time is always going to be ordered. So as I'm looking through these, I'm reading newest to oldest. If I reach an event whose creation time is... I mean, I guess it doesn't really work. I need some way to stop this. To stop checking. Because currently what this is going to do is it's going to go through literally everything. Literally every event. It's not going to stop. I guess I'm spared by just having limitations on how many events I can have. But I feel like with sounds, though, the sounds get crazy. Sounds get really crazy. What can I check to know that I... Okay, I was going to say, what can I like check to guarantee that I know there's nothing more interesting in the past? Alright. For sounds, I know for a fact I don't have a time to. For sight, I have an update time. If I reach an update time for sight, ah man, sight's weird. Because it's possible that I could have event 0 be recent, but event 2 has been updated more recently than event 1. And I would favor investigating event 2 because of that. Alright, here's something I did for sounds. I don't update sounds. Every sound is its own new event. But maybe I should mix sounds together. So, how would I do that? They could pair up if they have the same groups, and they're in the same direction, same location. If they're near to each other in location, and they're in the same group, I can match the sounds. So then I could have sounds updating. Okay, that's honestly unrelated to this. This is, I still have the problem here that I could have an event that's technically older, but updated more recently. And could I sort that? I guess I could keep it sorted so that... No, I don't think I should do that. Alright, what matters to me? What matters to me is that I have a clear flow of most recent events at the front, older events at the back, right? So should I just make that happen for this update time? So if something is updated, it moves to the front. I feel like that just like does a lot of moving stuff around. And at that point, it might just be better to have like a linked list instead of a continuous byte array if I'm going to be moving stuff around like that. A linked list would be way lighter on processing, I think. I won't be copying chunks of memory around. I could also, I guess, take a shortcut, make some kind of shortcut here where when I read an event that's like older than 3 seconds or something, I don't care about any updates after that. Like once I'm reading like, okay, I've scanned the last 5 seconds of memory, anything older, even if it's been updated recently, don't care, right? I'm only focusing on stuff that's happened within 5 seconds. I could do that, and that would save me time. That gives me like a clear boundary. Accuracy of things would drop, so because of how site updates, I believe I track site to every 10 seconds. I guess I could add a location check there. So every 10 seconds we're seeing something, but if it moves too far away, then we say, all right, well, this is a new memory. We saw it here, but now he's over there, so we saw him there. Instead of taking that, we saw him here, but now he's over there, it's going to be, we saw him here and we saw him there. A lot of words. I mean, I happen to know that already now. This AI behavior stuff is like pretty bad on the CPU. For like 50 zombies, it's already pretty bad. It's causing noticeable lag. Movement is still, like collision and movement on the characters is still like definitely the worst part. But I know from previous profilings, I was already seeing this stuff start creeping up there. Which, I mean, I can just, you know, move that to C++, and then I'm gonna basically, you know, make it way, way faster, most likely. It's probably gonna be way, way faster for movement too, to put that on C++. I don't know. Do I literally check every event? Like, I actually don't have a break here. I literally scan through every event of a type. Like, this is really bad. I can't do that. I have to have a cutoff. Is there a case where if update time reaches some age, I know for a fact, I could prove for a fact that there's not going to be any more recent update times afterwards? Welcome to Stalker 2, a live system development hell. I would love to make that system. I would really love to. I mean, I'm not actually making it, but I think like these like emergent type systems programming is really cool. I don't make you go, what? Go to McDonald's and she ordering things above $5? I mean, McDonald's is a deal breaker, honestly. I think McDonald's is already a deal breaker. It's not patented, you just can't go further to Nemesis. It's not patented, you can just don't go further to Nemesis. What does that mean? It's not patented, you can, just don't go further to... I don't actually know what Nemesis is. I know you said what it is, but I forgot. I mean, this is weird. Like, I enjoy this, and also I dread this. The Nemesis system. Yeah, you said it before, and I know that you said it, but I forgot it. Let me copy paste it again. All right, I think I have an idea. So if I reach an update time that is too old, would I then know for a fact that no update time past it will be newer? I guess not really. All right, what about this? If I see two things at the same time, randomize their order in events, is there a way that I could read one of those events and know for a fact that I'm not going to see anything better? Game mechanic that creates dynamic enemies who remember past encounters with the players, allowing... Right. It was in Middle Earth, Shadows of Mordor. You know what's funny? I actually was writing a plugin for Minecraft that's kind of like that. When zombies and skeletons and such, even pillagers kill you, they will loot your items and equip them. And they get like their names update. They don't actually get stronger, they just equip your items, which that's how they get stronger. I don't like replenish their health or anything. I was thinking maybe I would for zombies and skeletons. When they kill you, they reset their health, or they just add health. Or like they would regenerate some health over time, like as if they like ate you. So they like their hunger bar is full and they're slowly replenishing health. I think it's pretty cool. That's like done, and it's just code kind of sitting there waiting to like be played with. The game made that by accident and they went after them. Well, then they're just silly. You can't copyright game mechanics. No one even Warner is using that system. I think because it's hard, and that's it. Tell that to them or Nintendo. Yeah, you can't. I'll tell that to them. You can't copyright game mechanics. You can copyright a full system together. Like you can copyright the whole game. You can't say, oh, fight enemy, enemy gets stronger when you lose, or something like that. That's copyrighted. You can't do that. Throw ball at creature and capture it. Can't copyright that. I would say if Nintendo allowed you to start enslaving your Pokemon, then Palworld could sue them for that. That would be like several systems together from them. That would just be making the same game. Went to the mall, it's full of people. It can be their day off. Not everyone is off on the weekend. Is that why Palworld doesn't give it? Yeah, because they can't. They know that you can't copyright that. Otherwise, there would be literally one first-person shooter. There would be one strategy game. Like, you couldn't do anything. Jack was off. Nice. How do I know? 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 Wait. I figured it out. I actually just figured it out. So when I call this get events, returns indexes which must be passed. This is a great thing, right? This list can be in whatever order I want it to be in, so I can ensure that this get events always returns ordered stuff. So I can still have all the data lined up, and I can still, you know, pray with like grouping stuff. I get the index, I read the first index, and then I scan everything after that, and I read a chunk. Right. See, Palworld made a farm game after Pokemon made their farm game to troll them, and it looks better. I don't know. I didn't know about that. And honestly, if the order of events is correct, then that sounds like Pokemon was ripping off Palworld than the other way around. Because they're like, oh, people want to do stuff with their Pokemon besides making them fight? I would love to. I would love to. I would love to see that. I should probably get Palworld. It's probably a really fun game. if I ever play any video games ever again. Right, so here's the idea. Let me check what I'm at right now. Oh, I've got a bunch of crap right now, actually. Because I'm on a temp branch. Alright, I gotta clean this up now and just make it runnable. Be very careful. Restore staged. Okay. I need to clean this up and get this committed right now because I'm going to do something else, which is a little bit different. Going to give it 3 saves because sometimes 2 still isn't enough. Cool. It's not when I played it, but I was on early access back then. I mean, to me, I'm like a bit... Obviously, I'm a really big systems guy. I like when there's different things that I can do. I don't like the games that are just literally one thing over and over again. And like there's literally one perfect way to play it, and anything less than that is just suboptimal. All of us are. No, some people will play Bejeweled, and that's all they will play all day, every day. So, or whatever it is, Candy Crush now. That is the same game over and over, and nothing changes. Have I ever told you the definition of insanity? Timer games. Dude, isn't... Candy Crush is literally like almost the #1 game in the world, isn't it? I gotta be careful with this. It's probably gonna tell me my address. Candy Crush, what is it? How would I search this? Like downloads? Like... Oh, well, actually... I guess I can't say that because it's like installed by default on Android, so they definitely like super inflate that number. Okay, it just from Google's search results, it has almost 39 million reviews. That's crazy. Those are reviews. Okay, and the 3 reviews presented to me are 2-star, 1-star, 3-star. 3-star, that's funny. Yeah, I mean I was gonna say they probably inflated their download numbers, but I don't think you can inflate review numbers. You can't require someone to review the game. I did the turret thing, surprised how easy it was to make it work. Does the turret see you if you are standing less than halfway around a corner? All right, let me get this in a working state right now. I don't think I really need best event. Yeah, I don't... Okay, this was all like this threshold stuff. So I don't think I need any of that anymore. Yeah, I don't need any of that. Yeah, if you want, I'll watch something on the stream if you got anything interesting to show. I know you sent me was like the camera side changing. That was cool. So node, we get the node path, event. Just closing and laying down in bed. Well, maybe next time. Revisit this. Check if a node has already been tested or just a list. I don't even know anymore. Update time. This did say 2. Interest. All right, honestly, what I'm going to do, I'm going to like soft disable this and I'm just going to comment this out in return. I can't be bothered right now. And Godot has a really silly way of commenting code out. Event is not declared. This would be best event. Get event travel. Best event. Best event type. If best interest is greater than the nav threshold. Which I wouldn't even set there. I would know when I'm reading through here. If I get a navigate, then I know it's gonna be a navigate. We'll have to go out in 1 hour. All right. Is there I don't know about that. A female zombie voice. Unless they're like talking, I don't think so. If it's just like noise, I think I'm capable enough to produce a variety of sound. Last navigate. Check that no equal or higher priority navigate is running, but we may update ours. So I guess I would just check if is nav response. And then I may disable it. So if we have last navigate, I guess I would say, yeah, if we have a last navigate and it is not complete, then I want to check all this. Okay. If that priority is higher than our priority, we're not going to do it. Otherwise, if it's equal, we will do it if we're the same goal, and then otherwise we will just leave it. Okay. So, does this run? What do you mean, whoa, Olmec, that was what? So far, the only guy who I know is going to be talking is going to be your character. And your character is definitely a guy. Does he look at me? Should be looking at me about here. Okay, well, oh, there he goes. He didn't turn to look at me. He just started running right at me. Is this chase speed? Yeah, that's chase speed. Alright, cool. No female zombie screams? I can make those sounds. And I don't even know if I want to have specifically gendered zombies either. Seeing that one other game you sent in, it makes me really hesitant to do that because it was just so weird. Those guys are freaks, man. What's wrong with them? The only naked one was a female. There was one that just had her pants down. Like, what? You went for your game? I don't give a shit about your shit. Yeah, sure, something like that. Didn't even notice that. I mean, I spent a while, like, pointing it out. You know, their gameplay reveal trailer that was totally set up. Yeah, I did. Guys on 4chan like female zombies. Alright, well the game runs, so I can probably send as much of this as possible. So that readme, I can send that readme right now. Actually, do I need to send that now? I think, wait, what do I have? That's interest. Change threshold settings, groups, process sound. Farm battle trailers. Why did I add a pass down there? That just shouldn't be there. I'm assuming that pass was there because I wanted to put a breakpoint on it. But it shouldn't be there. Sound groups. Bus volume. I feel like this is too low. Now that I'm like hearing how loud these are with with music playing at the same time, this is too low. I think I had it at 5. So I guess let me put it at 4. I feel like I'm really quiet. My footsteps are too quiet. He should turn to face me, right? I think he investigated me. Am I in range? It's hard to tell. Without like debug stuff, which I really need to add. I think you just go straight into a chase. Yeah, investigates... Okay, I mean, I know that I broke it. I know that I'm working on it, so I could have just broken it at any time. But... Okay. That's fine. That's fine. At least he still chases me. That's good. Modified distance, fall off. Updated that. I extracted these so they're different. They're on different. The external resources now. World shouldn't have anything in it. I just won't be committing that. Did I already read that Nintendo one got ratioed in the disabled comments? Yeah. I think it's so funny when they disable comments. When companies turn off comments on their public posts. Honestly, should like companies be like prevented from disabling comments on their videos? I get it for like an individual because it could literally just be, I don't know, they're getting witch hunted or something, so they want to turn off comments, let it stop, and then they turn them back on later. But for a company, it's just like, oh, we don't want people to be discussing our product anymore. We don't like that. Because I feel like even if you had like a huge terminally online group that were like targeting you, most people watching it are still going to be like totally unaware of whatever's happening and just leaving their own normal comments. Commented all that out because it's going to be busted for now. That's been modified. I need to remember to rename that file. I added groups. I think at least for companies, they should be held to a higher standard with that. Because they are like public. I feel like it's I mean, maybe there's even something else to say about it. If 8 is 88%, then what percent is 9? Would that be 100%? We're talking about like an 8 over 9. I bet they made the trailer kids only. Well, here's the funny thing about that. They can just have... YouTube has kids YouTube. Adult YouTube could literally have the same video on kids and adult YouTube, and adult YouTube has comments and kids does not. I bet you can't answer. I just said it's 100%. If 8 is 8 over 9, then yeah. So technically it would round to 89%, not 88%. Yeah, if you're like selling something to people, that's like disabling reviews on Google. Or like on a public review site, going in there and disabling reviews. That's like the equivalent there. I feel like that's just bad. That's bad to do. That's bad to allow on YouTube's part. Also, maybe if like something is heavily disliked on like adult YouTube, then maybe it should be taken off of kids YouTube just by default. Because then it's like, all right, it's been reviewed by the public and the public thinks this is not good. Maybe it's also not good for kids. You know, maybe then. Maybe that should happen. Because then if it would go forward with what I was suggesting, then that would mean you could like hide something on kids YouTube that no one else can see, so no one knows this video exists. Adults can't find it because they shouldn't be like creating kid accounts and then getting on kid YouTube and just searching for stuff. I don't know. And like I said, comments would be disabled, so it's not like they can do anything. But that would just be like adding an extra layer of like hiding things, I guess, from regular people, but showing them to children. Alright, I don't see anything wrong, but also I'm rambling, so about things that are totally unrelated. I should probably stop. Git add. I'm just gonna add everything. I think I'm just gonna add everything except for world. I don't want that. The scene. Kids should be prohibited from existing. I think kid and internet should not, that should just be not allowed. I think kid YouTube is already a pretty bad thing. At a fundamental level. Git, taking off the scene world. Uneducated, annoying creatures, yep. That is true. They have to be educated. Xbox developers face pressure as Microsoft targets 30% profit margins. What does that even mean? Xbox developers. Does that mean they're going to force them to sell a game for more money, or are they going to be like, all right, we're not paying you anymore? Which side is that? Alright, one more check, because I'm not sure. I'm not going to do the readme on this one. Stag. 30% profit margin of their sales. Easy. You know, I will say one thing about games, at least. They have, when they do well, they have probably the highest profit margin of anything ever. Let me fix the camera here. One guy could make like several million. With like a year of development. Does it include making good products? No. It only has to sell. Is there, like seriously, is there anything, is there any industry with a higher potential ratio of like investment to return? Besides the lottery, I guess. $1 earn $1 billion. If your profits are 30% on a game, I think you're doing a bad job. You're doing a bad job on like every front. Spending too much money, and you're not making something that sells well. And probably the most money they spend is on marketing. Easily. They probably overspend on marketing. I have heard sometimes where they say like, oh, this game released and I never even heard about it. They must have done a terrible job marketing it. It probably just means it wasn't a good game at all. If a game releases and it like quietly releases and no one ever plays it, it's probably just because it's not a good game. Not that it wasn't marketed enough. At least that's my belief. I hope that's true. I've said it before. I am operating under the assumption that if I just make a good game, I shouldn't have to worry about spending a ton of money getting people to play it. Duck Off had one trailer. I mean, getting on IGN's pretty good. I don't know what their requirements are. Honestly, some of the stuff that they put up there, their requirements are probably not very high. They probably ask for $100, and that's it. $100 and a firm handshake. You get your trailer on IGN. Yeah. Alright, this seems good. I mean, this is just like bad practice when I do this, where I just do a bunch of changes all at once. And I just keep adding things on top of each other and I don't commit. Okay. I have to... Uh-oh. What happens if I switch? Is it Wait, is it master? Okay, cool. It took everything with me. What does this mean? That's just this. Excluding the new files. Oh, these are new files. Have another fake game. A Kickstarter that raised $800,000 a few months ago. See, that's the real way to make money. You put together like a really good presentation and then you just steal people's money on Kickstarter. That's pretty good. Honestly, game companies should be doing that. They should stop making games and just start scamming people. Then they cut down their development costs and they just get a bunch of money. At least in my case, I actually want to make a game. Games companies that own studios don't actually want to make games, they just want to make money. So They should just all go to Kickstarter. I mean, they essentially already do that, except they also just release a game anyway. Yeah. They actually scam us with really bad games. They actually literally already do that. Okay. Work on hearing sense and sounds. I don't even know. This is too much. This is a huge commit. What modified in player scene? I don't even know. I messed up. I did too much and I didn't commit. Oh my god, on fire today. I don't know, maybe I'm in a good mood because I slept well. I guess we'll find out later today if that's true. That's a test. 4 o'clock, how I feel at 4 o'clock is the test of whether or not I slept well. Alright, what was I going to do? I was going to make it so that, yeah, the very cool thing that I want. I can make it so this list, this events thing, keeps stuff ordered. So every time I request it, I know for a fact that if I reach something with an old update time or an old initial time, I know everything after that is too old, and I can stop. So that happens when I finish events. That happens when I finish events. So what I can do, I can still keep things sorted, you know, new events go to the front. If I update, I just update in place. But then, I can modify my indexes. Update indexes. Get or add. So this is a reference. What I do is I just push everything back when I add a new one. Oh, then I have a return here if I overwrite. Okay. So this is, so overwrite, if I add a new one, then I know it's new. When I overwrite, that's when I get found an original, we must insert this new event. Otherwise, if it's less than our tracking time, we write it here in found. So this is where I modify an index. Overwrites data from source and destination. Data elements must be the same size and the same order, otherwise write will be partial and undefined behavior may happen. Also, actually maybe this shouldn't modify events. Because my destination is the event ID. So let me do this here. It should change nothing if I modify the order of indexes in this list. It should change nothing. Everything should operate the same, because everything just pulls the event ID, and that's it. There's possibly one place where I may unintentionally rely on the order of it being sorted. Okay, this is a problem. This literally relies on the indexes being sorted, which they won't be sorted anymore. What if I did two things? What if I had a sorted list of indexes? So that means I can find something faster in the list. Why do I even do this? The event is the event ID. Oh, the event ID is the index. This list should stay, I would say, small. Small as in like 1,000 or less, I think. A binary search is still pretty fast if it's already sorted. So I guess my thinking there is I could have just a second copy of this list that is time ordered, and then one that is numerically ordered. Or let me look for this. Okay, so it's only ever used in this file, which is good. It should be. Decay goes through everything. This retrieves or adds just that list. Indexes, I get the indexes and then I binary search it. Okay. All right. So it's not used anywhere else, and the only place that I do use it with the assumption that it's ordered is specifically wherever it was, here. So could I just retrieve the list and then sort it and then search it? No, I don't think so. That would definitely be slower. So let me just make one that's called like event indexes time, or avoid event indexes by time. Or should I make this one by time? Yeah, I think so. This one should be by time, and then I will just have a second one that just imitates that one, which is just going to be sorted by value. Is just a mirror of event IDs, which maintains sorted order. So I think this means when I initialize this, where would I do that? I guess I can just have a get on this. So the first time I retrieve it, I produce it from event IDs and I just sort everything. And then whenever I'm modifying or adding to event IDs, I just check if this already exists, and if it does, then I append the value to wherever it goes. Right. I will have a value that's like initialized. Get does not take anything. Make it true, and then I will go through here and go through this and just copy everything over and then call sort. That's all I gotta do. Okay. Or maybe I should just build this at the same time. I don't know, it's really... Godot doesn't document this well. And I can't remember it anymore. If I put a set function on this, maybe it calls it when it's loaded from memory or from disk. Maybe it's called twice because it initializes it. I don't know. So I'm just going to stick with the Boolean and only create it the first time it's used. Oh, actually, the get would be called even if I check if it exists. So it actually doesn't do anything. Never mind. So we'll have to make it at the same time. How do I do this? No, that's stupid. What I could do is just have... No. How do I do this? I was going to say I could have a flag that I set anytime I change event IDs, which will force the next time I get this to sort itself. To copy this and then sort itself. I don't have to do it like that, though. Yeah, I mean, I literally don't know. Okay, for now, it's fine because I don't have any saving or anything like that. So, this is always initially empty every time I run the game. And I guess it would call the set whenever it loads it from disk. It would call it through the set, right? It has to. Alright, let's do this. Anytime I set the value, if they're the same, I guess. Also, this is dumb because I think whenever I do this comparison, comparing dictionaries, do they explain how that compares? Yeah, they do this. Yeah, this is stupid. Returns true if the two dictionaries contain the same keys and values. I don't want that. I want it if they are literally the same. I've had that issue before, and I thought about doing something with Godot to make that change. Because that is exactly how this shit works. How that should work. You would have an equals method that does all that. The equals comparison would just compare their data pointers, and if they point to the same data, then you know they're the same. And that's the only time that does it. Because otherwise, I think there's no way to know if two dictionaries are truly the same. Fast. You have to like compare every single. You have to. I think it checks if they point to the same thing and then returns true. Then if that's false, then it does like a whole like nested deep comparison. So it's really bad. It's really bad. Their default is really bad. So I guess I just have to assume it's gonna be different. Then I'm just gonna do event IDX is sorted is going to be event IDX is duplicate. Okay, what is this? Why is there duplicate and duplicate deep? A shallow copy is returned. All nested dictionary array resources share the original value. If deep, a deep copy is returned. All nested arrays and dictionaries also duplicated. Duplicate deep? Like duplicate true with extra control and over how sub-resources are handled. Okay, I don't even know. I'm just, yeah, that's just weird. And then for type in event.idx is sorted. I will do, I think when I call sort, does it sort it in place? I won't even know. Sorts it in place. Cool. In ascending order. Awesome. Why are you making your game with Godot instead of 3D Game Studio? What even is that? .3D Game Studio. That's like one of those default names for like a software game. You click randomize and like, oh yeah, 3D Game Studio Max. That's the name of your application you're making. Generated sounding name. I think it's it. Whenever we set it, we just copy it over and then sort it. And then every time we are modifying stuff here, also, this stuff should probably be sorted, I think. This one doesn't require that it's time order. So I think in this case, also I don't have to do that. Sorted is probably good here. Because I don't need these to be in time order. Probably a little bit of a speed optimization. Finish event. These are in update order. Or sorry, yeah, update order. Event ID sorted. We'll also need this. Same thing. I can assume these are the same length. Resize it. Push everything back. Actually, want to do the same thing here as well. Sensory log set type event. That's the whole log. Yeah. We're appending it. Those are just indexes. Cool. Sorted indexes will stay the same. Update time dependent. Oh no. What are these words that we have in English? What is this? Why are there just so many E's in that? Just too many E's. So override event. I think this actually does something. Oh, this can be a copy method. Overrides data from source and destination. Data elements must be the same size. Yeah, that's fine. Which I think I do that check. Yeah, I checked that they are the same size. I feel like I'll probably get that problem if I start changing sound groups and I start overriding sounds. Then I'd have an issue. Or I move nodes around on the node tree and their path changes. That would also be a problem. Because then I can't just simply override it. Okay, so this copy data should be changed. I should really go ahead and do this. Events, copy range to, I guess all of this at I from array source from index e data array I count range 1. Oh, so they should be +1 +1, and then the count I guess is data size +1. So be from 1 to, let's say, data size is 5, so it'd be 1 to 6. So I would be copying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I said data size was 5, so just data size. Cool. No more slow copy. Hopefully that's correct. So I have a destination int, which is the event index, not the event ID. So essentially what happens here is I want to move found. Found is what? Is the event ID index. Yeah, ID is like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Index is like 0, 200, 52, crazy random numbers, right? So found is not the ID, it's the index. I could find it using a binary search. Not actually not. Okay, so essentially I gotta find this value. In my regular indexes. It doesn't change in sorted indexes. It stays in place. But I need to move it forward to the front of my regular indexes. So this comes from here. This should be a get, because it existed. Do I already have this? Get events returns a copy of this, but I want the actual source value. So I do this. I guess I could call this event ID is going to be time indexes find found. Event is the thing to copy. Found is the index. So I get the ID from the index, which is the index into the... All a little confusing. I probably need better names when I describe those. So I expect that this should not be -1. Okay. Is there like a crash method? I feel like they should have a crash method that immediately halts your game and puts a breakpoint here, so I don't have to do this manually. It would just immediately halt execution, say, hey, look at this right now. This was a bug. So I get the index that this is at. So then I would move everything before it forward and then save found at 0, right? So if the event ID is the index, say it's at the 0 index, it doesn't run this at all. I guess I can even check if event ID is 0, then I don't need to do anything. Front. So if the index is 1, then that means I push 0 forward once. Yeah, okay. What if it's at the end? Its index would be 1 less than the size. So say I have a 5 element array. I say 5, I would do 4. Sorry, 4 would be the event ID, and that would stop me at 3. So I'd move 3 to 4. I'm going out. All right. Have fun with whatever. See ya. So time index is I plus 1 will be equal to time index is I. So I'm copying it forward, which is wrong. This should be iterating backwards. Starting here, -1, iterate up to 0. Wait, yeah, at the index, starting at the index, copy the previous one, so this one actually be 0, -1. So now this would be I is going to be the one before me. And we would stop at 1. 0 means we would stop at 1. You better have fun. I'll upload your stream to Google Gemini so it can describe me if you had fun or not. Good luck. Good luck with that. This would also mean if the event ID is 0, I don't do anything. If it's 1, I would say I would overwrite that slot first, so 1 would be equal to 0, and then say time index is 0 would be equal to found. And then I'm done. This is reference. Cool, okay. When I add it, I just do the same thing, move everything back, because I know I will. Also, yeah, I could have just looked at this. That's the same range. I is equal to I minus 1. What is this plus size here? Plus size. Oh, because I'm adding, right. They're moving back, but the index is also literally changing. Right. Yeah, because this is added to the front, so the indexes of everything have to increase. Okay, good. Okay. I just realized, does overwrite need to check something here? Yeah, I should check that these are the same size. Actually, oh, this is weird. If I have a node path, I should just ignore it, shouldn't I? I guess I check that the size is the same. Data size. Wait, no, I need data size to loop. Copy, I'll say this. Copy fixed. No, just copy data. Because maybe I could change it. I don't know, this is a weird thing. I definitely need to add a check here to make sure I'm not potentially writing over stuff. Because like it's possible that the overall size of both events are the same, but maybe node path is way shorter and I have like a second node path that's longer somewhere else, but they end up writing over in weird ways. Is that actually fine? Maybe that's fine. If they're exactly the same length, then doesn't matter. I think it would start to matter up here, because then the size, this wouldn't match up anymore. Yeah, let me say fixed data I can overwrite. Let me say L if that. Let me say it's false. And if it's a normal stride, then it's fixed size. Otherwise, anything else, then it's not. And I do have to check here. I get the data size, and then I get the... Oh no, this is... what? Data size? Var... dest... data size. Events. Plus I plus 1. What is this plus 2? Right, I think it's just that the first 2 bytes. Yeah, this is including the first 2 bytes. Now he says that I have different lengths. I don't even know what to do here. I actually don't even know. And then we just stop. Then I have an L if the type is a groups. I would do the same thing. Data size is going to be a U8 plus 1. Decode a U8 plus 1. Dynamically sized node path have different lengths. Dynamically sized group. There. Okay, otherwise it's fixed size and I can copy it. I will never copy dynamic size stuff because it should. I'm making the assumption that's gonna be the same length, and if it's the same, if it's the same length, okay. First of all, I don't know yet whether or not I want to track like 2 different indexes. Like if I do have dynamically sized data, am I allowed to still override it if like the total length adds up to the same? Or if I want to be allowed to write different data, but I just have to make sure I pad it correctly so that it fits the same size, then I can copy it. So for now, I'm just going to say they have to be the same size, and if they're not, that's a problem. And I won't copy anything but fixed size data. So I guess for now I'm saying I'm not making a decision, I just don't want you to do it at all. And if you maybe try to do it, you have to have the same size. For now. Maybe I'll put a to-do up here. To-do. Decide if events with dynamically sized data can overwrite that data as long as the overall length or the length of the data array as long as the overall length is the same or the length of that dynamic data is the same. Or just deny overriding dynamic data at all and just skip over it. Allowing it to be empty, 0 length. From the source. Or whatever it stores is ignored and not considered. When overriding. Allowing diff lengths as long as no new data elements / order is changed. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of choices I can make there. I don't know which one. So for now, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, and then I think now I just need to make it so that this returns the time order. Get events, event IDs. Yeah, this is already the time order, right? Okay, let me check my changes. When I set it, I copy it to event ID sorted and I sort everything. When I decay, I don't care about time order. I can just use the normal sorted. Oh, the one spot that requires it that I had to do a bunch of extra stuff for because I knew it needed to be sorted. This one. There we go. Event log. Get event expire. Assume that it exists. Date time independent indexes. Certain indexes, get or add. Resize. Move everything back. Add the size because they did change. And then put 0 at the front. This is just extra. If it's not a fixed size, like the node path of the group, they have to have the same size. Because the overall size and the order up until that point could be the same. But the lengths could be different, so the next type size, that the next type value that we read could just coincidentally match. But then the data is still like totally messed up and maybe we write over too much or something like that. Or try to read too much, I don't know. But yeah, definitely I don't think we should be copying it. Fixed data we can overwrite. Which we do. And then indexes there. I get the sorted indexes. So now, is this all that I needed? I think so. I did a search for event IDs. I know that it's not, or indexes technically. I know that it's not used anywhere outside of this. I could do a check on any get events and see if, I don't think so, but see if any of them happen to assume that the order is always increasing. But I don't think so. Because we just get it and we iterate it. That's all we do. And yeah, there is always the assumption that... There's at least the assumption that they are time ordered. So now that I really have that assumption met... I'll be able to stop iteration early anytime I reach an update that's too old. Then I know there's nothing more recent after that. Everything... This is the last thing that's been updated. Everything before it was newer. Everything after it is older. Hey, Yulia. I guess I can check calls to this one to be sure. Yeah, I'm not searching, I'm just iterating it, which is fine. Unless I have an early breakout. Do I have an early break? Here's an early break. What does this do? Is this in finish event? Yes. Okay, I'm comparing the tracking IDs. If we find a matching ID, this probably won't be original. Probably. Okay, yeah. Oldman is grateful I switched his TV from HDMI 1 to HDMI 2. Said I'm talented. Maybe I have what it takes to learn Vulcan, or you have what it takes to learn Vulcan. I don't know if those things are very close together in like knowledge. So I check that the other tracks time. If they don't both track time, I guess it's a warning because that should be a mistake. I'm right. I knew it. If not track time, found and break. Matched ID, no time or original. What? What was I writing here? If this event is tracking, I found it. Matched ID, but there's no time? Track time. Track time is... Huh? Okay, I get it. Tracking means we can save the event. Tracking timed means that we may choose to make a new event if it's too old. That's what this means. Okay. So if we found something, we override it, and then that all stays the same. But then I need to update my time indexes, which is just the normal indexes, and reorder them. So move all previous events backwards. Previous events back. I'm not gonna worry about like the wording of that. It's a little bit weird, but I think people read that and they understand what it means. So I move them back, and then I set 0 to be the one that I found. The sorted order doesn't change. The indexes don't change. Okay, let me check for any other ones. Oh, there's actually only one place and that's the only spot. Wait, okay. So this one is using the timed order now. Which I'm now modifying the order of that list, such that the most recent ones are at the front and the oldest ones are at the back. Updated ones as well. So if I overwrite something, I move it to the front. Does this change anything? This one is just searching for the same tracking ID. I guess it does have to look for everything. So here's the thing. If I know that I'm tracking time and I end up getting to an event that's too old, then I can break early. Because I know that I'm not going to find it, right? Okay, so I can put this in here now. This one can be improved. So probably the first thing that I want to do is I want to look for if we are tracking time, I can check if this one has a time, and if it does have a time, then I can check this. So I guess I can kind of move this up, couldn't I? Alright, this is all... I'm just going to move this all up here. My best friend is streaming right now. Really? What? The Unreal Engine channel. Unreal has their own stream? Is that what you're saying? Do they really? Unreal Engine. I didn't know that. I mean, of course they would have their own, but I didn't know that. We could break early if we are looking for times and we find an old event. I guess when we reach an old event. If other time is -1, I guess I would say if other time is greater than, if other time is greater than or equal to 0, I guess if it's not, what do I do? If it's not equal to -1, which is what returns if it lacks that data. If the time is not -1, then I can do all this. Delta time is game time. If we are within tracking time, actually, yeah, if this happens, actually, I guess if we are greater than tracking time, we'll definitely make a new event. We can break early. But then, yeah, we'll definitely make a new event. We can break early. And I think it probably should. This should be marked as original. Also, this should be marked as original. How many monitors do you have? 2. It should be marked as original. Should it be? Yeah, let me say we'll probably make a new event. But if it would be original. Actually, found. If we set found, then we're writing into it. So if this is not true, then I know for a fact that I'm breaking, right? Somebody said, if it's greater than, or what would this be? If we are within tracking time. So if we're greater than or equal to it, then yeah, this will definitely make a new event. Still need to check if it will be an original. So we can start skipping fast. We can start skipping over fast. Okay. Will definitely be original. Can break now. Otherwise, it's just going to be continue here. Actually, if we're tracking time and the other has no time, we know that we can just continue right now. Actually, no, maybe not. Actually, yes. If it has no time, we know that we can just continue. Why do they say that these are like unused? Or I think it's because they shadow values later on. Yeah, that's why. We can break early if we're looking for times and reach an old event. Actually, maybe I put this inside of here. Oh, this is getting a bit silly. Yeah, let me see if they don't match. We're doing time checks. We may be able to stop early if we reach an old event. So let me cut all that. So if we are tracking time, we can just continue right here. Yeah, I'm gonna say just ignore these shadowed ones because I just can't be bothered. If we don't have a time, okay, whatever, we just skip over it. If we do have a time and it's greater than the tracking time, I guess what I can actually do if it's greater than this will definitely be an original can break now. Yeah, just do that. If we end up at an event that is older than our like original tracking time, then we know we can stop right away. I wonder if I can do any kind of check if I have an event that's older than tracking time, then I know I'll be making a new one. Because then I just end up checking it again down here. Yeah, okay, just that. Okay, sorry. So I'm doing double checks, which kind of sucks. But I guess I know for a fact I'm continuing, so I'm actually not doing double checks. This is just an extra check on top of it. So if we are tracking, then I do want to check, maybe, if they have it. And if it's super old, then I know, all right, well, at this point, we're definitely going to be making an original one, so we know all the information we need to know, and we can stop. Cool. Is that absolutely everything? Yeah, this is the only place that I call it in here. Cool. Right now, checking. Type in sorted, get it, and all that. Different function, finish event, doing time checks, we're able to stop early if we reach a very old event. That one's getting the sorted ones. Time ordered events. If we did find something, we override it, we need to move it forward in that time-ordered index list. Just to the front. If it's a new one, we're just duplicating logic into sorted indexes, because nothing changes there. Well, actually, okay, I just noticed something. Is this a case where I need to check if the index so I'm going in reverse all the way forward up to yeah, I'm going in reverse from the end to the second element, including the second element. And I'm adding the size to everything, but that's actually not true. This could, oh no, I'm adding it to the front, so I know that literally everything is being, okay, yeah, that's actually fine. I know for a fact that every index is getting added, because this is definitely going at the front. So everything has to push back. Increase. There's fixed size checks. The more performant copy method. Way more performant. I think I measured it was like 1,000 times. Something crazy. Okay, cool. So this is doing what? I feel like the camera's a bit bright. This thing is not actually getting any dimmer. Okay. So this is update sensory memory event order to be time ordered. Sensory memory events to be time ordered. When getting the list of event indexes, they will be time ordered. So users can break processing early if stored times are too old. Add new list, which is index ordered. For cases where time does not matter. Keeping performance benefits of loading data in order instead of jumping around with time order. And then I need to list this at the top because this is something. Also, when overriding events, cannot overwrite dynamic size data elements, and also ensure they are the same length to prevent issues. Needs to be revisited later. Yeah, just needs to be revisited later. Cool. Now I need to clean up this other branch, this temp branch that I have. Is it get branch list? Yeah. Is behind. So I think just what I want to do is I just want to rebase it. So I guess first of all, I want to delete this commit that I have. So git push F. That should delete the commit that I have. Okay. So it's behind by one commit on master. Right? If I do a log, it's just master stuff. Cool. Rebase onto master. And I don't remember the full command. Oh, I think it's like... Yeah, I don't remember the full command. This one's just hard to remember. Onto new base. And then the branch you want to change Somewhere down here they describe it like it very shortly. So yeah, essentially if you want topic to be moved onto master, rebase onto master, the branch it's coming from, yeah, where it's going, where it came from, and the branch. Where it's going, where it came from, the branch. Maybe I don't even have to write that. Maybe I can just write this. Okay. Just go back to master then and send this readme change. Update to-dos. Okay. What do I have here? I guess I can just stash it. Let me do it on master though. So yeah, I was thinking I could probably just call get rebase on too. Cool. That's what I wanted to see. Oh, and sorry, switch back. So if I go and look here, also do that just like, yeah, sorted indexes is there. Jeez. Sorted indexes is there. Cool. Wait, I'm looking at all my time. Up to date with master. Good, that's what I want to see. Okay. We'll just be get stash. What is all this? Whip on master. Is that 0? Zombie backup. Stash show 0? Okay. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. So get stash apply 0. So I think I should probably delete those, shouldn't I? Is there a method just to get rid of everything? Clear. Get stash clear. Probably that. That sounds right to me. Cool. Okay. Just to be sure, I'm like a little skeptical that it's probably in a weird spot right now, so do that. See the dog laying down back there. Okay. So now that I am time ordered, guaranteed here, I can check kind of right away. If it's too old, then I know I can stop. If I have an update time that's too old, even an initial time actually, I can check either one of them. If I have an update time, I check that. If I have an initial time, I check that. If either one of those is too old, then I can't use it. Well, I know I can't use it, but also I'm done checking. Yeah. Because I know if I reach an old initial time, I know for a fact that all the update times that may follow it are definitely going to be older than that initial time. Actually, is that true? Yeah, it is, because this list is going to be time ordered by the updates. So that includes overriding and inserting. Right. I'm going to do that really quick, and then I'm going to get this go ahead and put in there. So investigate should start working again. And I'm going to get lunch. And ideally it'll work right away, and then I don't have to fix it after lunch. Okay. So I want to check the time. Type EV2. If event time is -1, then I also want to check, or I guess I will just get the first one in that case. Okay. So I guess I can say if event time is still -1 at this point, I can just continue. And then I can check this. Up to time I already have. Delay is going to be event time. If time fall off and delay is greater than that, then I can break immediately. But this is going to move down here. What's the problem with that line? Flip iterator named interest declared. Right, okay. Guess this should be called node interest. Why is node a problem? Node path not declared. Oh, of course. So say this, if the event has time but it's too old, we can stop here. Yeah, otherwise there's no time fall off. which is actually... I'm actually going to say that investigate is a mistake to have without a time fall off. So yeah, let me do this like right at the top. Just requires a time fall off group. And return 0. This is required. You need to have it. And then I don't even have to check time fall off. I know that it's there. If this event has time but it's too old, we can stop here. Then I can say, if we don't have a node path, we return, get the interest, time fall off sample. I'll move this up. This comment's still up here, even though I'm not really sure what it means anymore. And then this is probably all can just be used as is. If node interest is less than, I guess here I can say min threshold. The smallest value between interest, navigate, and interest. Turn. If we're below our min threshold, then we can't do anything. Then I say if node interest is greater than best interest. I guess this is now our best interest. Okay, yeah, so this means that no matter... Okay, so if this is less than the min threshold, then I know that nothing activated. Otherwise, I know that it's... Okay, there's kind of a thing here. There actually is an expectation that turn is lower than navigate. So maybe I can do that check here. I'll make these to do. This is an error, for sure. Interest type. I don't even know. Interest type has turn higher than navigate. This does not make sense. Turn should be lower. Change it. Yeah, that is just a mistake. If node interest is less than the turn, then I can continue. If it's better than the best interest, then we set it. Best event, and then I also need best event type. Is it T? It's type. And then I say if, oh, right, here's the thing. It's possible to have a... Okay, so this is a weird thing. What happens here? It's possible to have a site that activates turning. This would be weird to do it. Still lurking, how's it going? No life yet? Nope. I won't be having that. I mean, I will be doing something like schedules, but... they're not really going to be acting outside of like a basic schedule. What happens if I have site activating? Let me even think if this happens. Could I have one type activating something while another type activates a different thing? So one activates turning and one activates navigating. And by extension, that one would also navigate, or would also activate turning. I guess that's the fix for it, actually. Either one of them is activating turning, and that's the first one, or one of them is activating navigating and turning. So I'm not getting a navigate from sound and then a turn from sight. I would be getting a navigate from sound and a turn from sound. Guaranteed. Because it's either I'm either turning and navigating, or I'm turning. I'm not doing navigating but not turning. So if one activates navigating, that means it's also activating turning. And we're just setting it. So yeah, okay. If node interest is greater than or equal to interest navigate, then is nav response is true. So now we're definitely navigating. And anything else has to also... Oh, okay. So here's where I think it can go strange. If I have a navigate that is low, but then something else has a really high interest, but it doesn't trip the navigate. Yeah, this is where it would be strange. What do I want to happen here? Let me look. So this could definitely happen right now. It's already set up that it could happen. Type interest is empty. Fun. Site 2 and 5. So why did that delete? I don't know. Sound. I think I said 5 and then 12. And I probably have... I think I do a multiplier of like probably 2 there. I don't know. I think I said 3 as like a thought, but I'll just leave it at 2 for now. That seems good enough. Save. So what can happen here is I can get a turn and a navigate from sight. But then I also get a turn from sound. So what happens? Let's say sight comes in at 5, so we get a turn and navigate. And then sound comes in at 10. Right, so that will override the sight. Actually, I guess it wouldn't yet. Let me say 1.9. In this example, this would happen now. Actually, I guess I could say 11. Okay. Sight comes in with an interest of 5. It gets multiplied to 2, so now it's like best interest value is computed to be 10. Actually, wait. Let me say... So yeah, I think these apply based on the original value, but then the multiplier multiplies the best interest. I'm not going to implement that yet. And make sure I know what happens. Then a sound event comes in with an interest of 11. So that is enough to turn, but not enough to navigate. And it overpowers sight because it's 11 compared to a 5 that was multiplied up to 10, right? So what happens? I think I keep the navigate from sight, but I add the turn from sound. That's kind of what I would want, right? I think that's exactly what I want. They're going to behave a little funky first. This is where I'll have to probably get in that turning their head thing separately from their navigation sooner than later. That'd be like the next thing I do, actually. If I were to do this, that'd be the next thing I do. This is way down here. Actually, this is also like navigating and stuff like that, so this is probably fine. Alright, so that'll be the next. Once I do this, I'm definitely running down this to-do list until I get here. Okay? So I think it takes... Yeah, I think it should take the navigate. Okay, so here's kind of the problem that I have. Best event is probably wrong to operate like this. I think I should just be saving the travel target. Yeah, I'll set a travel target for investigation, and then I'll set a navigation target. Yeah, so I'll say how does turning work? Behavior navigate, behavior turn angle. I compute it from direction. Direction comes from that. Did I need a distance for this? I shouldn't. Yeah, I shouldn't. So I'll say turn target is going to be a vector 3. And I'll call this navigate target. Or nav target. And I guess I can keep this for now. I don't know. I guess it's fine to keep that for now. So no longer best event or best event type, no more. And I'll just say if best interest is positive. Then I'll do something. Right? And then I don't need that. Although I'll just cut it out because I'll probably put it up here or something. I guess about there maybe. If we have a nav response... Actually, can array be null? Nope. Tough. I'll just maybe say if not nav response, then I can return. Actually, you know what? I feel like it should probably be a lower, shouldn't it? If it's not a nav response, it's probably going to be like a lower priority, right? I don't have a lower priority. It's already a low priority. So maybe down here I'll just say like return normal priority -1 maybe. Otherwise return normal priority. Check that no equal or higher priority navigator is running, but we may update ours. If nav response is already false, don't care. We'll do normal priority -1. So we have a slightly lower priority turn. That's the expectation there. But if I am navigating, then I'll say, all right, now I'm navigating, so I want a higher priority, but also I'm going to do a turn. That could be different. I think I even have it so I can set. Yeah, I can change the priority on the action if I really want to. So I guess I can do that. This will be type an event. EV. Should be actually, yeah, if it doesn't have a travel, then I kind of don't care about it, right? So I do have to check that this has a travel. Yeah, let me do this before interest. Because otherwise I literally can't do anything. Before node path. Because node path can be a bit expensive. More than just a travel. So now I can say, if it's better, this is our new turn target. Guaranteed. Travel not declared. Sorry, target. I guess this would be travel target, wouldn't it? I'll just call it travel. This is the new best interest, and if that interest was greater than that, let me actually do this up here. Is nav response be true, and nav target will be equal to travel. And then I set best interest to actually be the multiplier. Right. So now this case is handled, I believe. So if we see something with 5, we get a turn and a navigate. So we'll settle this. We'll set best interest to 10. Then I get to sound. Sound has a value of 11. So it says, okay, this is better than our best interest. So we'll update our turn. But it's not higher than the navigate, so we don't use it as navigate data. But we still have this left over. So navigate from site will still happen because this was already set. And then best interest will update to 11. Now what happens if it's 12? Okay, then in that case, it's going to overwrite both. So we'll overwrite this and set best interest to 12. What if site comes in at 4? Okay, so site will set a turn. It won't be enough for navigate, so we won't set a navigate. And then sound comes in at, and then it will set the best interest to 8. Sound comes in at 10. That's enough for turn, but not for navigate. And it's better than best interest. So then we update the turn, but we don't do a navigate. Because it didn't meet this value for navigating when you hear something. But we will override the turn. Good. Okay, I think that all happens as I would expect it to happen. Or at least reading this, that's what the code should do. And that's what I would want to happen. Okay. The rest will be older. So this is basically the assumption that anything over the domain of the time fall off will just be set as 0. So this means I could set the last point to be like 0.1 instead of 0. Doesn't have to be 0. Could be as positive value. But I want it to be 0, so. Okay. Okay, if we are not a nav response, we don't need to check. We can just return normal priority -1. Higher values are called earlier. If we did, we want to check if our last navigate, because we may want to turn it off. So we want to check if we have a higher priority navigate running and then drop our navigate. So if that priority is higher than ours, then we stop. If it is equal, then we want to update it if that goal is the same as our name. If it was us, basically, that set the goal. Which I could do like goal equals self. I could write that, but I'm using codename for now. And then we return normal priority. So this does have the effect of if we wanted to navigate, but we didn't, then our turn is going to be normal priority. If we don't want to navigate, then our turn is going to be slightly lower priority. Maybe that's a bit weird and too much. Yeah, maybe it is a bit too much. Let me just do that. Always the same priority, not modifying it. Just possibly turning it off. So I actually move this back up here. Cool. If we have no turn targets, if turn, actually, I guess this won't do anything. Direction. Yeah, so let me use like nav direction, I guess. Now let me do this. If is nav response, set our speed to top speed or our navigation speed, and then travel nav target 0, nav target 1. Up. It's not used until down here. So I don't even need that. Actually, yeah, I will make it a copy. Turn target. If we're already close enough, no turn is needed. Direction minus, yeah, just removing the up from our desired turn. Normalize it. If we're already facing, we're good. Otherwise, compute the angle and then hold the turn. Okay. So this should mean we're back to turning. And this should mean he will turn to face me shooting. Right? So first of all, I want to check to see that he even turns to face me in the first place, because he should be now. That won't happen until I get quite a bit closer. So about now, he should be facing to turn me. Turning to face me. Okay, he might not be doing it. Or I'm out of his sight. Oh, he just turned. Let's investigate. Okay, now he's in run speed. Now he's definitely in chase speed. Awesome. Missed. Okay. So now I want to see if he looks when I shoot. Will he? He should. He should look at me when I shoot. So I should be able to stand over here and shoot like at him. I don't have to shoot at him. I could shoot like this direction, but I'm just aiming it at him so I can see if he turns to face me when I shoot. He did it. He turned. I'm out of his sight range, so he can't see me, but he did turn to face me. Awesome. I really like that. I'll jump over here really quick. Hopefully he doesn't see me. So now I want to get him to turn 180 and look at me. Actually, I feel like I should be close enough that he probably will even navigate to me right away. Yep, he did it. Straight to me. And now he's in chase. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to go to the pistol, or I guess the rifle. That's a pretty quick one to fire. So I'm going to lose him. He should have seen me go in here, so he will walk in there and like face this way. I don't think he'll see me. So I don't know where he is right now. I thought I would have seen him cross. I think he should be sitting over there right now. He should be in here right now. There he is. Okay. So now I want to shoot here. He can't see me. Walk over here. Should pass in front. Awesome. He's not currently responsive to walking, but he will now at least run over here when I shoot. Oh, and he's spotted me immediately. Cool. So I should have lost him. Yeah. Very cool. So I can't stand here because he will definitely see me. I probably can't even jump up and down to see if he's there. I might be able to like peek around. No, I don't think so. I think he's definitely gonna... He would see me right away. But if I shoot here, I expect him to come over here again. There he is. And I bet he probably saw me. Did he? He did not see me. Does he come over here? He's coming. So now I'm probably getting to the point where I really need that debug stuff so I can see what value he's getting. He might have No, he's probably still pathing. I think you should walk out. Oh, yep. Is it safe? Will he... I feel like he shouldn't navigate, but I think he should turn at this distance. Okay, he's navigating. Now, why is he navigating? Yeah, that's at the point where I'd want to know what he got, what loudness he got there. Maybe I just need to turn down the interest of sound. Is it safe to give you back your Unreal Engine 5 template badge? Maybe I just don't want. Maybe I just don't want that. He's gonna go to the corner, right? Should be out of his sight range. Still going. Yeah, I feel like he shouldn't have responded at that distance. At this distance, I really don't expect him to respond. Okay. I guess I don't know how far away I am. I also want, this is definitely getting to the point where the distance he's covering here, he should wear him out. It should like, he should be like, whatever. I'm not interested anymore, right? Wait, what? Oh, I'm outside of his nav range. Does he see me right now? I don't think so. I think he sees me right now. No, he'd be turning. He doesn't see me. What else can I test? I feel like this has got to be outside of his, like, look range. Or outside of his nav range. He looked. Alright. Awesome. I'll just say I gotta see you're improving. I can feel how rewarding this is. These people looking for an MMO should start making their own game. Progression euphoria they're looking for is here. What? Oh, like, I get it. Okay, I do have 3,000 errors. That's probably real. What now? It is really slow. What I'm doing is really slow progress. Like, I literally... what number am I at right now? I'm at 8. So this has been 8 days of work, and he's now looking and going at me. But I mean, it's pretty cool. That is a pretty big gameplay piece. Because in theory, that means the system is set up. So now I can just say, all right, now player move and character move. Or I guess I would have him respond to character move. What would I do? The reason I split that is because I think zombies should be aware of the difference between a player walking and a zombie walking. I feel like that makes sense, that they would know that difference. Also, it actually worked, which means it's lunchtime. And I don't have to think about fixing it, because it works. I went to auto mode, and it literally didn't even change the exposure. That's funny. My thought with having it split is so that if they've seen you, they can ignore character walk and just look for a player walk. If they haven't seen you, they only look for character walk or character move. And they'll just assume that it's probably a zombie and maybe not even too interesting unless it's like particularly loud. Or I guess the threshold for that would be different, right? But I definitely want them to not look for player move until they've seen you, and then they can look for player move. Listen. I shouldn't say look. Listen for player move. The idea behind that, I guess, is when they get into a crowd, they've seen you. They're not going to be like, oh, I heard him walking behind me, but that's actually just a zombie walking behind them. Yeah, that's... I don't know. Definitely, I need to keep in mind that the system is meant to be emergent, so I should be writing simple rules. This is pretty simple rule territory, right? Hear the sound, look at it. If it's close enough, travel to it, right? See the thing, look at it. If it's interesting enough, go to it. Yeah, I'll have to figure something out for that. Because I think what I also want to do is make it so that if they see a player, maybe what they do is they look for a character move in the direction that they saw the player at. So if that would also help them ignore things behind them or to their sides. Also the fact that the interest threshold stuff, they will very quickly like start ignoring the sound of zombies that are near them. They'll very quickly start ignoring them. Which means they have to... what does this mean? They hit a max. Then they start decaying that. And they have an additional period of time where they totally ignore it. But I think what I really want to happen is that we start decaying their interest, and it stays at 0 until... And the refresh timer only runs when that interest is not being generated. So if two zombies are walking side by side, they start raising their interest of each other, and then they hit their max and they start decaying. And then I want them to stay at 0 as long as they're still like running next to each other. So only once they both stop, or they somehow like split apart and they're no longer aware of each other, at that point, that's when the refresh timer can start running. Yeah, something like that. Okay, anyway, I'm hungry. I'm gonna get lunch. I will try to be back quick. Yep, be right back. I'm back. Hello, R1. Pokemon trailer. All right. How long was that? Almost 20 minutes. Dude, like, where does the time go? I literally don't understand. What is this character? What is this character they've made? Riley? Alright, finally someone tells me how to pronounce it. Hello? What is this? Comments are turned off. Okay. Wait, I can't even scroll down. Wait, what's going on? Why is the site being weird like that? Wait, what's actually going on? Why is it like this? Are there... Ooh. Is this like... Am I on kids' YouTube? Is this what it's like? I only get 3 recommendations and it's just the same. I guess like... They set these as the only recommendations. Nintendo Direct, 9/12. That dumb face makes sense, actually. Well, I mean, I basically just refreshed the page. That's gotta be curated. Like... Is this favoritism? Would there normally be like... Why Pokemon Pokopia is awful or something. So they show what can be recommended next to their video, which is stuff from 6, 4, and 2 years ago. I don't know, maybe mine is actually just broken. All right. Yeah, they should have just used whatever. Oh, is this why? You are Ditto? Is that why the face? That would make sense. Okay, but why does he have to have like really broken proportions though? Like he could have not had broken proportions.
This land is just waiting to be shaped by a Ditto that looks like a human. And what's that in the grass? Oh, that's Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokemon. What's this? Looks like Ditto's got an idea.
Story Explorer.
By learning this move, you can make grass grow. Squirtle's water gun will keep it all healthy. As nature flourishes...
What?
So
Wait, what? Just
wait.
wait.
Squirtle's water gun will keep...
Okay, why don't the Pokemon do this? Why are you... This is beyond derpy. Just seeing this, I'm thinking I should buy Power instead. It's just too derpy. I'd be fine, like, okay, you know, Ditto just, like, forgot what a human looks like. I understand that the face always stays the same, but, you know, maybe he just forgot, like, that humans have legs, and they're not just feet attached to the bottom of your torso. But then... Why are you...
all healthy.
Why can't the Pokemon do it? I don't know.
So do the Pokemon.
So you pick the Pokemon, then you get their move, which I guess makes sense. I guess it's just like, you know, they will do it, but like you can also do everything that they do.
Collect rocks and wood to build with.
I mean, I guess I'm expecting at some point that the other Pokemon are going to do something.
Till the fields and
Okay, there they are. All right. So Bulbasaur and Squirtle were doing stuff. All right.
Delicious crops.
I think it's a little too
Build
derpy.
homes for the Pokemon you meet.
You could have just been a human. You didn't have to be
There's
Ditto.
so much to do here. No need to rush, though. Go at your own pace. And you'll have a wonderful space before you know it. Pokemon Pokopia.
I'm gonna say it. They gotta. They might need to drop Game Freak. They're a little weird. This is cool. I just think this is just really derpy. This is really derpy. I mean, he's got legs. Like, Ditto literally just straight up forgot to put the legs in. He just straight up forgot to give himself legs. Where's the legs? It's too derpy. At least the 3D stuff. They're still really good when it comes to 2D and like making those games. Maybe they just have a totally different team doing 3D and they just have like fundamentally different, some like different mindset when it comes to this stuff. There's no talk about story here either. I guess I just noticed that there's two characters. I mean, there's no reason you can't just be a human. There's no reason you can't just actually be a human. They have humans turning into Pokemon. They could have I mean, not like Ditto transforming, but like literally, maybe a Pokemon actually becomes a human. That's like not far off possibility. What is this? I want to see. Do they have any? Okay, I just got tricked. I just went nowhere. Pokemon games need story. They do need story because otherwise it's just a very simple mechanic that you just repeat over and over again. And I guess farming is cool, but this is definitely the kind of thing that like you play it for an hour or 2 hours, and you're probably just thinking like, I'd rather just go play. What is it? The other game that this is really similar to. What is this? Not Power World. What? What? Huh? No, this is not good. I shouldn't have forgot the name of this game because I've literally played it. The one where you're using bells. Bells are the currency, and you have like animals, and you invite them to your island. I forgot the name of that. That's crazy. Animal Crossing, yeah. I would rather go play Animal Crossing. I feel like I play this for an hour, and then I'm like, I'm just gonna go play Animal Crossing. They need life, definitely. They didn't show me anything innovative here. They didn't say there's a meteor coming, and I mean, like, we got to stop the meteor from ending all life. I don't know. Maybe Team Rocket is like gonna invade your island if they think it's only Pokemon. So you have to like convince them that you're like a town, and this is why you're like doing all this. Anything.
And you'll have a wonderful space before you know it.
It's like I don't know, making games like this is really nice to have like a simple game loop that's fun. But then you have to have more than that. Like I'd rather play a simple game that like keeps me interested in what's happening in the world than a game that's like really complex and I have to like too much is going on. Unless it's like a multiplayer game, then I guess, it's always interesting because you're playing with other players all the time. But I'm guessing this is just like watered down. It really looks like it, what they're presenting. It looks like watered down Animal Crossing with Pokemon. Okay. I literally took like 2 bites of my food. I don't know, man. I don't think Pokemon should be 3D either. I'll be honest. I don't think it should be 3D. It should stay 2D. Okay, YouTube is just totally broken. Even the thumbnail, I'm like, already looks more interesting. At least with graphics. Okay, this is... Now this is Animal Crossing. That is straight up Animal Crossing. Okay, but did they need to actually just copy the text, the print text from Animal Crossing? I don't think they needed to go that far. Imagine if the Pokemon trailer had this guy show up and ask you to play Russian roulette with him. Like, oh, okay, maybe I'll play this game. Pokemon with Russian roulette. This is really funny. So, the Pokemon definitely tried to show that they had... Let me go back. Let me see how much of this they showed. Skip the intro because it's not real.
This land is...
So it may be procedural. Maybe. This was interesting. But is that the furthest... Is that like as far as they go with showing like what the world to explore looks like? I think there's like one shot or something where I see lava in the background. Oh, I didn't see this. So there's stairs there, right? So you can pretty much go around. Where was it? Was it here?
Go at your own pace. And you'll have a wonderful space before you know it.
There's a little purple thing back there. Or is that just fog? There it is. Is it snow, rock? They didn't show any exploration. I guess, I mean, okay, well, I will say. They're planning to release in a year. So I guess they just don't have anything to show for that yet. But I mean, I want to see, does it look like there's anything to do here? I guess there's stuff on the ground you can pick up. Last one's intro. I hope they win. Win? I think they are. They're definitely winning. They're definitely showing that Pokemon could be doing a better job with their 3D stuff. And also, I just think a narrator is really lazy. Narrating is really lazy. This is nuts. Like, what is this? You know, like, what is he, like, we're in a different season, we're rolling snowballs, like, this is crazy. We're going through a forest on a bridge. This is their reveal, essentially. And Pokemon's reveal is we have the grass plains from Minecraft. I don't know, you can plant stuff. Power is like, you want to get married? You want to get married to your goth GF? What is, wait, I just noticed this. Farmer and like someone totally who's not a farmer. What is this? You're gonna get married? GPUs may be underpowered compared to dedicated GPUs. Integrated. Basically have unlimited VRAM, completely beats normal GPUs. Like, even with that, Pokemon definitely has like almost all of their characters are already like 3D modeled, right? So like that's honestly the hard part, is having all your Pokemon. They already have the history, so they already know all the moves that they can do, literally everything about the Pokemon. All they had to do was make like a 3D world and call it a game. That's kind of all they had to do. I think the most interesting thing that happens here is you break some blocks and you delete that to make it a waterfall.
Bro, for the Poke to do here.
I wouldn't call it decorating a room gameplay, to be honest, but it's something nice to have. It's like this is like your break from the actual gameplay, which is nice to have. Pokemon looks like trash. Put a cell shader on it, like I don't know, make it look like the anime, make it look like the 2D games. Oh, it's just like, and I mean, I guess they are doing it on the Switch, so I guess they're still limited to that. I don't know. This is a Switch 2, which apparently Switch 2 is like really good, and this is PC. You know, they're never putting this on. They're never putting this on the Switch 2. That's never gonna happen. Not even if they wanted to, they couldn't. Fan Pokemon game. Like, I mean, okay, before I even continue, what is it Odyssey? Super Mary. I have no idea how to spell this. Like, get whoever made these games on Pokemon. Like, what are they doing? Is it even real? What is even what? I don't know what I just clicked on. Like, who? I mean, Game Freak must have like a different 3D studio or a different team for 3D games. They're not good. This definitely has a filter on it too, but like this is really a level. That's a real level. This is basically just a unedited screenshot of one of the levels. And this is on the Switch, right? Am I crazy or is this on the Switch? I'm pretty sure this is on the Switch, right? Yeah. Like they're just screwing around. They're not taking it seriously. Game Freak is making a PC game. I mean, they've been doing Pokemon forever, right? They've always been doing Pokemon. All their handheld 2D ones, really good. Just somehow the art style disappears when they went to 3D. I wish they, I mean, they should have just said, oh, let's just use the anime for our style for 3D games. They could have done that. All right. I gotta eat. Or literally just this. Like, literally just keep it 2D and just... even just do this. Yeah, that was a little goofy. I haven't played Emerald. Is this the exact same game, but they've made it 3D? I would think so. Yeah, all I know is someone at Nintendo, and possibly Game Freak as well, is not taking the 3D seriously. I'd say they're not even taking Pokemon seriously. What is this? New Counter-Strike update has caused $2 billion loss. I will say they went maybe a little crazy on the filters in some places. This is a little much. But definitely commendable what they did. Game Freak. Wait. What? Okay, so what's their... So they don't just have a 3D team, they have a Pokemon 3D team. And the Pokemon 3D team is... What? Am I seeing this right, or is this like 10 FPS? Maybe just the animation was weird. Yeah, I don't know, that was just a weird shot. Is this Dark Souls? Okay, no, something's really weird with the frame rate. I'm just gonna assume that someone forgot to hit 60 FPS when they exported the video and no one fixed it. This is ridiculously low frame rate. For them to upload in 4K. That's a bit weird. When Game Freak finally realized they have free will. Yeah. This also kind of looked like just this one shot where... Was it here? Here. That? This really makes me think of Shadow of the Colossus. This seems like it's really similar, just from that. Fully owns Game Freak? Well, how do you not fully... If you're a studio, you can still, like, make whatever you want. You just also have contracts with your owner. Like, yeah, we need you to make a Pokemon game. They probably hand down like a full design document too, so you don't even design the game, you just implement it exactly as they asked you to. Game Freak had to make it clear they're not the problem. Such emotion in the face of my shit a tear, and she looked exactly the same in every situation. Yeah. I mean, they're obviously capable, right? Whoever rendered this trailer must have been their first day on the job. Like, I don't know how you 60, like they rendered it in 60 FPS, but this is obviously not. Like, let me even click through frame by frame and see like how many, what's the actual frame rate. This is the slowest looking one. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. It's less than 30 FPS. This is like 25 FPS or something like that. It might even be 20 FPS. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Dude, what are we doing, guys? 1, 2. Like, that's so jarring. Because then this is 60. Okay, no, this one's also between somewhere less than 30 FPS. Those 3 frames. 1, 2, 2 frames. 1, 2, 3, 3 frames. That's ridiculous. Is anyone going to mention that? Yeah, almost forgot this was Game Freak until I saw the frame rate. Yeah. Like, is anyone mentioning the fact that they rendered this trailer in like 20 FPS? Dude, there's even Game Freak's FPS drops in this game. It's the whole video. It's not even, the whole video is in like 20 FPS or something. That's weird. All right, this is gonna be the last one. What is this, Alien? What the hell? Dude, what are they? Are we serious? Okay, where's the thing though? Like, dude. Guys, what are we? What is that? What is this? That is straight up just Alien. That's literally like copy the homework, but make sure you change it, and they forgot to change it a little. That's just straight up Alien. That's funny. Okay, why are these trailers super loud? These are actually ridiculously loud. Alien, but good? Okay, this is actually Alien. What is this?
Please everyone make your way to the Star Bridge.
Are we? No, 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 nope, 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 nope. Like, we can't, we're This is like straight up an iconic shot. Where is it? Here. Like, what? Dude, guys. We can't be serious. This is unbelievable levels of slop. Play the nursery rhyme, but she's singing it like she's... Like if she doesn't sing it, then she's gonna explode.
Without context, all that awaits you is confusion and hurt. You're making a grave mistake.
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting some vibes from this that are not like... Something about this just feels inappropriate. Something about this just feels like something else is about to happen. She's not going to get violently torn to shreds and killed. Something else.
Confusion and hurt.
Is that is that like too crazy? Am I a perv for thinking that? Or is this shot not set up to convey that feeling? Is this not like... Is that not the intention of this? Something about this just seems weird.
You're making a grave mistake.
Why does it have arms like this? Look at those arms, dude. He's got guns. Why?
You're making a grave mistake.
All this time, we've been lying to everyone? What are we actually doing?
What do you mean, creatures?
That's a great line.
What are we actually... All this time, we've been lying to everyone? What are we actually doing?
All this time we've been lying to everyone. What are we actually doing? Great question.
What do you mean?
What are you doing?
creatures?
No, this can't be real.
Do you remember yet?
So
Those are
many
meta-humans,
lives
right?
have been lost that just
I hope they are.
need to. And most of them innocent.
I mean, this looks cool, but this also looks like a... Are we kidding right now? What is this? Off to Godot we go. Dude. I was gonna say, this looks like No Man's Sky with a filter on it. It is. This No Man's Sky looks like this when you go into photo mode and put on the filter. I don't know how to find that filter, but I'm not one to, I mean, they even have 8 there, right? Okay, they have 6 here, but like as I was saying it, I realized how this is literally just straight up a rip.
No one deserved any of this.
That is exactly a No Man's Sky. Like, you can take inspiration and make something similar, but that shot, I guarantee you, is a screenshot someone took in No Man's Sky with that filter on, because that filter is in No Man's Sky that they had. Captured on PC. Footage captured on PC. Not all images appear in game. Like this? Like this isn't in game? What do they mean? I mean, that's literally just Alien as well. Dude, they keep saying Alien too. That's so funny. Everyone's seeing this. So okay, okay? What's up with the what's up with the ankles here? What's wrong with the ankles? All right, they're a bit hyperextended. They are. That's definitely like a dislocated ankle. Oh my god. Wait. They just don't know how feet move. Worst feet ever award.
Evacuation protocol is in effect. Please, everyone.
Like, this actually makes me upset the most because you wouldn't know this unless you played No Man's Sky and went to photo mode. But I'm not kidding. This could literally just be a screenshot from No Man's Sky. That's how similar this looks. Maybe No Man's Sky has a little bit less detail, but this filter is there. The structure is in the game. Literally, that's a teleporter. Like, you can tell me that's not a teleporter.
Most of them innocent.
That's just straight up a teleporter.
No one deserved any of this. We did everything for you. We were a family.
I mean, everyone knows that shot as well. T-Rex. I mean, there's a lot of scenes. Okay, I'm not going to find it because it's all the original one. Right, right. I mean, he's in front of fire, right? Or am I imagining? Am I imagining something that's not real? Okay, I guess I am. I guess I'm imagining something. You play No Man's Sky? I did. I haven't for a while. But that was straight up No Man's Sky. The structure, the plant in the background, even the filter. That's what got captured on PC, right? Okay. Nothing like an hour, 2 hour long lunch break. Okay, actually just an hour. Not so bad. I mean, it seems like I got a new update. They updated a lot. As far as I'm aware, they updated a ton. I'll be right back. Ooh. Sorry. I'm back. When there's something weird about this studio, they keep making slop Unreal Engine game exclusives to PlayStation. Hmm. Whatever makes them money. They don't care. Like, I just wish that if they wanted to make a silly, goofy game that's obviously parodying other stuff, that's just what they did. But they don't. They copy other things. They're not making a parody of it. They're copying it. And they're doing really poorly at it. On purpose. To save time and development. Yeah, self-aware. At least. Okay, what have I got? I think, okay, so I gotta fix this. This is definitely a problem. Offset, get event data offset. Where's it being called from? Okay. Alright, first time it happened. It came from curiosity, process sound, get event travel. Okay, so that's already weird that I have an event. What? That's already weird. That already doesn't make any sense. For event in events. Does this not do what I think it does? No. Okay, so this was 50 seconds into it. And then it started happening a lot. Right? And then another minute went by. Or about like 45 seconds went by, and then it happens a lot again. And it happens a ton of times right there. Okay, so it's just happening more and more frequently. Like a ridiculous amount. Okay. I really wish this would... I mean, I guess I can do a check, right? I guess I can do a check here. If event... Whoa. If event plus data is greater than or equal to events size, then do that. Okay, so I only managed to make that happen about a minute in. He's on his way. Oh, it's already happened. Nice. Okay. Event is 132. Interesting. Why is event the same as the size? So I called get event travel. Events. Event is 132. 1032. It's definitely wrong. So it came from here. Interesting. So that's weird. So I know for a fact that These should all be... Yeah. This is only sound. So apparently I have events. I'm like missing a full event here, basically. I'm missing 2 events. I'm missing event 8 and event 9. I guess those would be 9 and 10. I only have 8 here. Okay, this is really weird then. So there's events in here that are not in sorted. What does that mean? I guess that must mean when I did event finish, something wrong happened. Okay, so I guess let me look for event IDXs. Somewhere I modify this and I don't. I modify sorted, which it looks like sorted is correct. That seems right to me. But this one has like 2 extra events that it shouldn't have. Like 1032 and 1161 shouldn't be there anymore. Thank you. Oh, it could be decay. I'm not deleting it. Somehow I'm deleting it from sorted, but I'm not deleting it from IDs. Is that what's happening? That would make sense. This one we're not changing anything, we're just moving something around in here. So update indexes where we're adding stuff. Event decay. Oh. Yeah, okay. So this is what's happening. This is supposed to also get removed from here. And it's not. Okay. This is just fine to find. This is fine to find it quickly. But once I found it, I also have to remove that one from here. I'm just thinking. Because the reason I did this was so that... The reason I made this one is so I could do this while changing the original event IDs, indexes. But now it's the case where I have to do that twice now, instead of just once. So, do I even need sorted IDs then? Okay, maybe I still want it because I want to. Maybe I have a case where I want to run through all of the events in the logically added order, not just update order. Most instances I want to run through them in update order, but sometimes I can run through it in logical order. I also know that there's not going to be anything shared. Can I do... erase value? It would be nice if this returned an index instead. That would be nice. Oh, this is really bad, actually. I just realized. Oh, no, this is fine. This is sorted order. Okay, wait. So yeah, I actually do definitely want this. But I also just have to find it, locate it in the other spot. Update time ordered indexes. Yeah, I'm just gonna do a find. What am I looking for? I'm looking for event. You know, let me do this. Sorted indexes. Sorted event ID. And regular indexes. And then event ID. Find event. Indexes, remove and sorted. Indexes. Remove. Update indexes. Yes, this is interesting. So I have to do a check here when I run through this. The value at index is I. Okay, let me say EV, I guess. if this one was after the one that we removed, then we know it's going to be coming down, right? Yeah, if this value is greater than event, then I know that indexes I will be equal to EV minus size. Okay. And then I guess I can do this one. EV is sorted. Indexes I. Same thing. Although this one may be, I may be able to say like, yeah, okay, so I can't do this. I have to go through. Okay, wait. I could do sorted. Okay, this is where, all right. So starting at sorted event ID. Okay, it's not quite the same. So, okay, so sorted event ID is going to be really simple. This one is just going to be minus equal size. But then for this one, I have to run through everything. Right. So this one's still fast. This one's slower because I have to check everything. Because it's possible that the last event could be listed first and then everything else after it, and that maybe that's the one that got removed. So last event is listed first in the time ordered list. So there's no way for me to say, all right, well, I know for a fact that the most recently added one is at the front because it may not be at the front. Yeah. Okay, I think that should be the fix, right? I just wasn't removing it from the actual list that I wanted to remove it from. Bang, bang. He's on his way. And it seems like it's good now. Cool. All right. Let me run that again, though. I mean, that was the error, is that I wasn't deleting it, and now I'm deleting it. I don't know, weirdly, I just feel like there might be something else still. Okay, so it made a lot of sounds. Why can't I hear him? He's making sound, but he's so quiet. Is he making sound? Wait, he's not making sound. What's going on? It's like it shows up on like the I want to have this on OBS. It shows up when he's like only right next to me. Is this the attenuation? Is this because I changed the attenuation? So now it's harder to hear it. No, he's totally silent. He's not making any sound. I mean, I can hear it when he's right next to me, but that's weird. I can't hear him at all. Is his player not going to the right thing? It's going to character. So why is it so quiet? Let me reset volume. This might be an attenuation thing, because I did change that. Actually, no. Yeah. The attenuation should be getting defaulted to logarithmic. It's so quiet. The landing is pretty loud, but I literally don't hear him until he's on top of me. Weird. What if I made it logarithmic? I think it's set here in the ready. This is like the default. Yeah. What if I just made it logarithmic? It's got to be the attenuation has greatly altered how loud it is. It's still pretty quiet, I think. I did also change the unit size from 10 to 1. Because that was like just unrealistic. No sound until he's standing on top of me. Wow. It is also a fact that the attenuation has very unrealistic filter decibels. So I could just set this to, I don't know, I think I remember looking at this. This is like really bad how they do this. They have really not good, not correct sound. You know what, let me do this. I can go change it to be like how I have it. Why not? Why not? Because I know that the way that they implement this is really dumb. And I remember reading it thinking, wow, that's dumb. That doesn't make any sense what they're doing. The way that it works is it computes some value and they do it backwards. And it's so weird. The code is so weird. It's so strange. It's just not right. It is here, right? Apparently not. Was it here? No. Oh, it's 3D. The 3D player. Calculate output volume. No. Reverb, no. Attenuation. This one's wrong. This should really be a multiplier, not the value itself. So that's what this is. They use this as the value. Yeah, this is just so... This is really strange. And this max distance should be... Actually, this should be different, too. This should also be different. It's in world. It's in world. Sounds. So what they do is they compute this attenuation gain, and then they also multiply it by this sound max distance. This should be it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be a multiplier. It should be like a min. So pick either the attenuation at this distance of the sound, or the linear attenuation if we were to cut it off at max distance. So basically that would mean the thing could taper off like this, and then have that like discontinuous like cut at 0 at some distance. Right? And yeah, the minimum value between this and this guy. That's what it should be. It should not be multiplied by this. Also, zombie responds to sound now, so that task is done. Whoa. Back from dinner? Welcome back. What'd you have? Yeah, should be the smaller value between these two. So for distance says more attenuation, then we take that. Otherwise, we take the attenuation of whatever this is. Okay. So now I want to basically copy this into what Godot does. I think that'll give me a much better results. Yeah, this is only used there. Okay. A weird Moroccan meal. Eggs cooked with pre-baked bread, cheese and tomatoes. Sounds good. What is this calc output volume? +1 social skills? Yeah. Okay. This attenuation angle seemed correct to me, although I think it's also still crazy and really weird that they do this. They don't have to do that. But this I have a particular problem with. I have a very much have an issue with this. I don't like this. This is not good. That's fine because this is like a sharp drop when you're outside of its range or something. Although it should be not sharp. How's hearing going? I realized that the footstep sounds are now like oddly way too quiet. And I think it's because before they were set to like decay as like basically 1/10 the rate and with a linear function. Sound doesn't decay like that. It decays at a constant like 1. Every 1 meter it decays by 1 unit or whatever it is. Sounds like your friend is on. And then I think it's this. I think it's the way that they do this is wrong. It's really weird. It's a really weird setup. So I'm going to change that. And I'm on... yep. Wait, what? Oh, I'm on audio listener. I meant audio stream player. There we go. So I'm changing this to 1 as the default. Max dB. I think 6. Actually, maybe even like just 2. Or 0. Just do 0. I'll just do 0. And then I want this emission angle. What would I do? Like do like math? Like to rad or something? Cool, math degree to rad. Excellent. And then attenuation multiplier instead. 1. Oh wait, that's emission angle. Oh no. Wrong one. That one stays like that. This is attenuation filter multiplier. 1. My turret is so cute. Yeah, need a video for sure. Linear attenuation. All right, attenuation filter cutoff and then filter multiplier. And then I have that degree to radian. And then get attenuation. This will not be named that. I will follow my stuff. Get gain linear. Given a distance. Whoops, I'm kind of editing things in 2 different files right now. That's not what I should do. I'll just quit all that. File is modified? No. Please let me just... Thank you. I have to make food first. All right. Okay. Fine. Get attenuation. Will now be called get gain linear. And I will just follow this. So yeah. So I've got I can do counts like that, right? Yeah, I'm sure I can. So I've got float volume. Then if I guess now I can actually do a switch. This is inverse distance. Attenuation is unit size over p distance with this epsilon. I guess I'll just write max. Cool. Inverse square distance. So volume is, again, unit size over the larger value here. Actually, I could just say yeah, I could just do p distance is going to be the max. And that. Okay. Then I don't have to do this anymore. Let's do that over distance. Very simple. This over distance and then square it. Very simple. This is a bit of a complicated one because I don't know what they're doing. I have no idea what this means. Don't do that. Not there, at least. And a smaller value. Cool. I'm not gonna go ahead and close that. If I can use the diffs here and actually write it here. missing a semicolon. Okay. All right. Okay. And then I get that, and then I say if we have this, I do the min between that and that. Oh, they're doing min and max as all caps. Okay. Then I'm guessing clamp is also a thing. Probably right. I mean, I guess I'll find out. If that's not a thing I can do. Should be dist over max distance. Hmm. Yeah, just cut that out. And then, yeah, this part is just weird, what they do here. So then I have to go back to loudness. So I take the volume, multiply by that value. And I know it's going to be internal volume dB. Linear. I need the linear value of this though. So this apparently has volume linear. Yeah, it says get volume dB, internal volume, dB to linear, math dB to linear. You know, let me just say get volume linear. And then gain will be math, linear to decibel, gain linear, let's gain dB, delete that line, and this will be simpler check here. If we have emission, dot with our direction is going to be whatever. If it's less than our cosine angle, then we add, yeah, this is a silly one. We're going to add the filter. Listener to position. Normalize it. Dot with this. And then I don't do that. Then I say if dot is less than cosine, that, yeah. And what do I have it called? Emission angle cosine. Subtracting a negative. We're crazy. And I'll just say gain linear is dB to linear. Gain dB. I call this gain linear. Because that's the name of the parameter in the function signature. This is gain. It's called gain in high shelf params. Attenuation is just weird. I feel like it's just the wrong word. But of course, if gain dB is greater than max dB, set it equal to max dB. And this could literally just be that. Cool. All right. This is what I wanted to see here. I'm just going to verify that this is all the same still. The diff should be pointing from They say listener to pause, so listener to pause. Or wait, yeah, listener to us, right? Listener, location, pause, us. Listener, us. Cool. Normalize that dot with R forward. R, us. Okay, cool. Did I do this one right? That's distance over unit size. I mean, I guess that is right. That is what they wrote. Distance over unit, then I change that to unit over distance. Because they do a 1 over. Right, that's why. Because they invert it. Be hours of me asking ChatGPT. You ever wonder if it would be faster for you to solve it on your own? dB to linear, get gain linear. If we have a max distance, we run that. dB attenuation. I'm solving many things on my own, but I managed to fix rotation stuff and tracking. Yeah, that's good. Is this still correct? The cosine is how aligned they are. Yeah, yeah, that's correct. Because this value starts at 1 when they're aligned, and it slowly decreases. Not slowly, but it decreases as the angles are opposite. So the emission angle cosine is essentially, like I'll say, 1 degree. So that would plug in as, oh. Yeah, cosine of 1 degree is really sharp, so that's really close. Cosine of 90 is 0. Cosine of 180 is -1. So it essentially encompasses everything. Cool. Okay. And I do have to update the set emission angle. Oh, and I have to change the filter multiplier. Ah, I forgot that. I need the filter multiplier. Um. It would apply here. If this do this, then do that. Boom, it works. Yep, that's how you program. If this do that. So I want the multiplier to affect this value, but like as an inverse. So it starts at 1. Yeah, I guess it would be 1 times, or I guess it would be 1 what? What am I thinking of here? Alright, let me just leave it like that. And then I'm going to say multiplier is equal to, I guess this would be an interpolation, but also extrapolation. So it would be math. Lerp. Between 1 and multiplier using attenuation filter multiplier. So do I have math lerp f? Math bunks. Please tell me lerp f is in here. Ls? No lerp. There's lerp, but is there lerp f? Because I saw max f and max I or whatever it was. I think it's just lerp. A to B using C. A to B using C. From plus the difference times the weight. And this did say to always inline, so I'm gonna inline it nicely for me. From to with the weight. Yes. Okay, cool. So basically this means I could make it have no effect, or I can make it have maximum effect. Or like extra effect, like 2. So let's change the method to get attenuation filter and multiplier. Okay, and then emission angle. Fail if it's over 90 degrees. No. If it's over 180. Sure. Right. Update gizmos. Interesting. Alright, I guess leave it for 90 at 90 for now, because I don't know what his gizmo does. I'm assuming it will fail. Okay. Cool. Okay. New functions. Simpler functions. They're not crazy. Where we just convert to linear and then convert, or sorry, we convert linear to decibel and then we instantly convert that back to linear for the result. But then we use it to add the volume, which is weird. It should be a multiplier. Just a lot of unnecessary extra math. So just get gain linear. Interpolate between that and multiplier. Which I guess now means I have to put that into my code. Right? So. Min. dB. Linear. Okay, and then I guess I have to go to docs as well and change this. Emission with an E? That's wrong. Did I? Machine, right. Yeah, let me change max DB back to 1, actually. Or back to 3. I definitely want unit size to be 1, but max DB, that can be back to 3. Just so I can at least kind of play sounds louder than they're initially set to. I'm gonna have to modify how this is set. Instead of saying an angle, we set it as radians. I have to go update all the documentation about it as well, I guess. Emission angle. Degrees. I don't know. Just emission angle. Radians as degrees. Attenuation filter multiplier. Say 0 to 2, I guess. 01. No suffix. Set attenuation filter multiplier. Get multiplier. Cool. Radians. All right. And now to document. Mission angle. Default is actually I don't know. Enabled. Oh, also max DB. Was it unit scale? It's probably at the bottom. Unit size. Where is the... Oh, this one. Attenuation filter dB. Multiplier. multiplier. Um, how much distance attenuation affects the overall volume? Can be, yeah, can be greater than 1 to apply more attenuation. And it's, yeah, greater than 1 to apply more attenuation. Yes, default I'm not sure. I think they're supposed to do something like run running like a dock thing. A dock method. I don't know though. Cool. Hey, Cruel Crusader. Gemini is better at coding. I've not used any AI before. I've done like talking with it, like to get ideas, but I haven't ever used it for code. Mostly I've just like tried to make it say do stupid stuff. Okay, I think that, I mean, that looks fine. Let's see what happens. Brain is too small for coding. I mean, it's just like solving any puzzle, I think. Did you mean? Oh, I did. Whoops. Huh? I didn't even see that. Wait, what? Get attenuate. I'm confused. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, this is all... Okay. So... Alright, that's nothing, though. That's actually nothing. So this will be... gain linear. You do get... gain linear distance. And then... do... gain linear would be equal to... volume linear. I mean, this should actually be... yeah. You know C++? I do. One to this value with attenuation filter multiplier. And then linear volume. And now I have gain linear instead of attenuation. Attenuation is less than 0. And at this point, less than 1. At this point, this is the volume. So I guess then I could say leave all the rest the same. That is what this is. Gain linear times can do that. And I guess I could do this. Why don't you make your game an FPS creator engine? I actually know what that one is. I actually do know what that one is. Gain linear, distance, linear to dB. Okay. And then attenuation less than 1. Pretty sure, yeah, this comes back. Definitely attenuation is meant to be like a final decibel value, is what this is meant to be. But this is weird. Calculate reverb volume. I'm concerned that they don't have a check for max decibel here. And also that they don't consider emission angle. And this attenuation less than 1 is strange to me. Because normally this value would be like 0 and then some negative decibel value. So when it's 1 or greater, we just only use center frame. Okay, so I guess that's the max. I guess that maxes it, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. And then somewhere I have this method is missing something here. Yeah. And then math log. Oh, what did they have before? Math log. Okay. I still don't know how to spell or something. Blurp is ambiguous. Yeah. Yeah, it's because I'm using... Right. I need the Fs. What did they do? They have one down here. Oh, never mind. All right. Now, let's see. I should probably mute it when I play it, just in case I'm doing something horribly wrong and I'm about to play incredibly loud sound. So, I'm going to mute it. On the small chance that I've made a terrible mistake, I might even consider taking off my headphones just to be safe. I'm going to do that. Take off my headphones just in case. It's possible. Unlikely, but possible. Okay. The levels look good. And it sounds nice. And I'm walking, and I can hear it. Okay. Thought Godot had its own language? Is it a plugin to use? I'm editing the engine code. That was me editing the engine code itself. And I can hear my feet pretty well too. They're definitely louder than they were before. So this guy should... Yeah. Okay. I thought he was already going to be coming at me, but I guess not. He sees me, right? Yeah, he sees me now. So I would expect to be able to hear him soon. Yeah, he only makes sound right until, like, right when he gets up to me. Why is he so quiet? He just seems... He's definitely just too quiet. Alright, but I did set it to logarithmic, so maybe this is too much. So let's go back to inverse square distance, which is what I thought was probably more realistic. And I shouldn't have to set this now. Maybe even go here and make sure all this is good. Unit size default 1. Cool. And then I should see filter attenuation dB. That's not right. Oh, that's emission angle. There we go, multiplier. That's what I wrote. Okay. So I was thinking inverse squared is probably more correct. Logarithmic, I'm not exactly sure what it does. I'm not exactly sure why. So if I want, though, I could have a lower... I could set the multiplier lower. I'll just leave it at 1 for now. Probably a good idea to also mute this again, just in case. Okay. Volumes are good. I can still hear my feet. On his way. Yeah, I think I should be hearing him already. He's got to be right next to me for me to hear him. I'm on the street. I don't know, maybe this volume is correct. I mean, I could just make it louder. I do know that I've already turned it down, I think. Those are bass volume 0. Okay, grass run. 0. Alright, let me just try putting it down to like half. Gets quieter, but not so quickly. This might also just be louder too. I mean, the gun's right in front of me anyway, so. Okay. I can already hear him. He's so loud. That's crazy. Okay, so 0.5 is definitely too low. That's interesting. I could hear him from so far away. Yeah, I can already hear him from this distance. That's kind of crazy. Thing is, I feel like it's not really getting much louder as he approaches me. Yeah, I know. The sound has definitely gotten a lot quieter since I've changed the fall off. I mean, I could just, like, I can make the volume output on this louder, like, across the board. I could do that. Yeah, let me set, like, a bass volume on this, so I can turn it up if I want. I'll put it above this one. If your voice audio is 10, your in-game audio would be around a 7. Zombie a 2 or 3. I can't even hear it until he's, like, right on top of me. So, I know it's really quiet. But I mean, realistically, I would just, like, I would start increasing the volume of the sound that he's outputting. I don't know, maybe like negative 24 to 6, 2.1 or greater. What did I just do? Yeah, I thought so. Or greater. Or less. Base volume. 0. I'll put on a set. Oh, and then I want the suffix here. Okay. So I will just make him... I think I'll just make these louder. I still want to set it up so I can like turn up the volume of all these together. But for now, I think it's also just desirable that I want a volume slider here. So I'll put in 3. Then I'll say if base volume is greater than player max, then set player max to base volume. All right. He's on his way. Wow, it's just silent until he gets right next to me. What's up with that? Why? Why is he silent until he's right next to me? Maybe this is where like real volume sounds come in, real volume levels, and I should be cranking this up pretty high. So, all right, I'll say 10. What do we think about that? Maybe we're trying to make a script to spawn flying enemies. I heard like literally just his last step. He's so quiet. I mean, what limitations do they have underneath for this volume level? Because I'm assuming there is some limitation somewhere in how loud a sound can get. But my attenuation is now happening at what I think should be like a realistic level. Which possibly means that I have to start using real sound levels. It could also mean the attenuation is just that way too harsh. But I'll just keep going, I guess. I don't know. I think it's getting louder. Because I put the attenuation at like 0.8 and suddenly like at this distance I was hearing him. Which I feel like is kind of nuts. Which means the attenuation is really, really harsh. Okay. That's obliterating the audio quality. So, interesting. Okay. So why is it like that? Why is it like that? Did I make a mistake? To make the attenuation that harsh? They do have 10 as like the default unit size, which just seems really extreme to me. That doesn't seem like it's correct, I think. Unless there is a reason for that. I remember seeing something about 10 being... I mean, there's 10 right there. Is that the mistake I'm making? Should it actually be 10? The unit size should be 10. Or am I just like misunderstanding? Because I definitely don't hear him until he's like right on top of me, and then suddenly it's super loud. Like it was there was definitely something underneath that was clipping the sound and saving my ears. Maybe the unit size is supposed to be 10. And that's what works. But the default is like linear reduction with distance and then 10. It's showing up, but I still can't hear him. Now I can hear him. Don't know. I wonder if there's just like some value here that just works. I don't know. I feel like 10 just seems strange. I'm not sure where that number comes from. Linear, I know is wrong. 10, I don't understand where that number comes from. I'm gonna go and like freeze the music here. He's showing up in the output, but it's definitely imperceptibly quiet. okay, so this is not being applied correctly. That's got to be what's happening. This is being applied in a weird way. So I interpolate between 1 and the multiplier using that value. Sorry. So when I dropped this value down, that meant the number got closer to 1, but it definitely got quieter at the same time. Actually, well, okay, never mind. I trolled myself. I changed this to 1. I did do that. Yeah, this is weird. I don't know, maybe 10 is just the right number. Why? Why does 10 seem to give a good result? Let me see what logarithmic does. Totally silent. I don't know. There's something weird about it. There's definitely something weird about it. What if I just go to like a smaller number that's close to 1, but not quite 1? Like 4. Because I feel like the 10, I can just hear him too far away. And it's always this weird thing where I can't hear it, and then suddenly I can kind of hear it, and then suddenly I can really hear it, and like the volume doesn't change as he's getting closer to me. Like it reaches a peak when he's like kind of far away from me, and then it doesn't get any louder. Totally quiet right now. Nothing. Nothing. Weird. I don't know. I'm more just surprised that the attenuation is acting like this. I just wonder if I've made a mistake. So get gain linear, that just computes a value between 0 and 1. with the initial volume being equivalent to being like 1 meter away. That's what this means, right? So at 1 meter away, yeah, if we had one unit size, 1 meter away would be 1. As distance increases, this value gets smaller. Maybe inverse square distance is just unnatural sounding. Maybe it's natural for the world, and now sounds really travel, but maybe it's unnatural in a game. I don't know. That just seems something's just wrong there. But I'm gonna head out. See you later. Goodbye. Thanks for hanging out. I just don't. I'm surprised. Because you would think this would follow like a brightness law, right? Double your distance to an object, you like cut its brightness in a quarter or whatever it is. But then our senses are very logarithmic. So we can hear something that's like qualitatively or quantitatively like 1,000 times louder than something else. But we might say it sounds twice as loud or something. We can see in the darkness with like almost no light at all, but then we also see in the day, which is like 1,000,000 times brighter or something. Something just crazy like that. Maybe not 1,000,000, but a lot larger, a lot more light. So how would I do that? Because I convert the decibel of the source to linear, and then I multiply it by this linear fall off. Maybe that's incorrect. Well, no, because I mean, I didn't really, I didn't like functionally change what this does. This is essentially the same math. They just do it to decibels directly. And then they add the volume. So really this is the same result, just I'm changing my unit size to 1 now, instead of it being at 10. And I'm using inverse square instead of inverse. So why does it sound weird like this? Why is it so quiet and then suddenly... It's like an S-curve or something. Like it's really, really quiet and then he reaches some distance close to me and then it gets... I can hear it getting louder and then it stays like the same volume. And it doesn't appear to get any louder. Doesn't feel like it gets louder. Why does 10... I mean, 10 just sounds better because it's louder, right? And I just kind of feel like your own footsteps are really, really quiet for some reason. What is he doing? This isn't funny. I can get him to just run back and forth doing this. And I just feel like my own footsteps are like ridiculously loud. Interesting. I mean, it sounds fine at 10. I don't understand why, and I don't like it. I don't know why 10 is the magic number there. And I feel like I also just can't hear him from far enough away as well. It doesn't feel like there's this. I was gonna say linear. Damn, maybe it is just linear. It should just be linear. Maybe it should just be linear. Maybe it should be. He's already shown up. Which is what I would want. I want to be able to hear him from a far distance, but very quiet. Maybe 10 is a bit too much now? I don't know. This is... Why does it sound better? Why does it seem better? One is too small. Squared, inverse squared is too much. I mean, 5 is pretty good. Maybe it should be a little bit lower. Maybe 4. Dude, sound is weird. I don't. Why does linear work so well? Okay. I like how far away I can hear him. Yeah, I can hear him pretty clearly, I think. And it gets nice and loud once he gets really close. I feel like it sounds natural to me. Maybe I've just been fooled by other games. It's really funny when they get to the edge of the map and they can't seem to figure out how to get close enough to me. I mean, the weird thing is he's also like, just like properly responsive to the sound still. Because whenever I change the values here, that literally changes the math on his own hearing, because he literally uses these values and computes it the same way that I compute it. So I guess inverse distance, I don't know, is like the right way or something. Somehow. It sounds best to me. Yeah, if I think about it, there's like a trail by my house. It's kind of far away. And I can hear when people are walking on it. It's like a gravel path. And I feel like the distance makes sense to me. Hey, Yulia. I was like, I mean, okay. These are actually too close now. I was gonna say... Alright, dude, let's just... There we go. Oh. Okay, he's being like extra weird now. Okay. I would say the trail is like probably about this far away from me. Maybe I should go full screen. Okay, it's kind of hard to tell. Because it gets to a point where they kind of stop getting smaller. Maybe like this far away from me, I think. And I feel like at this distance I can hear the gravel well. I mean, I can't hear him at all. There's no sound. What's the update? I think I have some issues with the sound in Godot. They don't seem very realistic to me. I would rather use real values for some of these sound things. Especially stuff like physical sounds that are happening in the world. I don't know, maybe I go up to 6. I'm just not quite feeling how the sound fall off is working right now. So he's showing up on it already. Maybe I should get him to run, to go along the concrete. Alright. Positioned him. I can hear him. I don't know. I don't like it. It feels weird. This is weird. Gotta be honest. Inverse distance and tuning this unit size, this doesn't make sense. These cannot be like natural values. Right? That's the issue I have with this. I also just don't think inverse distance is right. It should be distance squared or anything kind of similar to that. But also I know that I could hear people from like 2 houses over talking from the outside. I mean, I can't hear footsteps, but like how would I adjust that? Like 10 and inverse distance sound, I mean, I think they actually just sound the best, probably. I think so far, and I don't understand why. I feel like it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. It's taking a long time to get to me. I mean, 10 and 10, that's actually not the best. Definitely somewhere between 4, 5, and 6. So I guess I'll do 5. Was better. I'll be right back. Dog is barking. Hello? What? It just like... Hello? Hello, hello, hello? No, something's wrong here. Is this right? Alright, hang on. My volume that I had the microphone set to just changed. I don't know why. I actually don't understand why. I think it's a different value now, and I don't trust it. So I'm gonna like open my settings file really quick and look. Find out what it should be. Yeah, that's I'm not sure what happened there. Professional new. USB microphone. That's annoying. Oh man. I'm convinced that it changed. Alright. 3.166. What does that mean? Was it at +3? Is that linear? What does that mean? Webcam volume was at 1, which is 0. So I actually had this louder before. You went low for a second there. Yeah. So 3.166 something. Whoops. That's the value that I should be at. Whoops. Jeez. I don't know where I'm going. So I'm guessing that's linear. So I don't know, 3.166 something. I can do it here. Alright, tell me what it is. T is 9? 10. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, it just changed my setting completely. I'm not sure why. OBS has issues, man. I don't know, did I like, maybe I clicked the slider and I dragged the slider all the way down by accident? 10 makes sense though. 10 seems to look right to me. Okay, but of course I need to check on stream myself, so. Okay, but of course I need to check on stream. Yep, looks good. Maybe it's a bit too loud. Maybe it's a little too loud actually. Maybe we'll do 9 instead. Okay. Because I want to be in the yellow, I don't want to be in the red. I'm kind of going in the red a little bit. Oh, maybe, let me listen to it a little bit more. A little bit more. Let me say some more words.
Let me listen to a little bit more. A little bit more.
Let me say some more words.
Let me listen to a little bit.
Uh oh, it's looping. My bad. My bad. Okay. I don't know. I'll go back to 10. Thankfully, it didn't let me type in 100 because I think I definitely typed in 100. And it was like, whoa. 10 is the max. Sorry for lurking too much. I don't mind. I don't require someone to be talking to me constantly. In fact, it's better when I have silence so I can not be so distracted. Not like that. But I mean, eventually, you know, I gotta focus up. Better than me deliberately ignoring messages. Okay, so my worldview is shattered. I don't like that linear sounds better, and I don't like that turning up the unit size sounds better. Something about that's gotta be unnatural. Right? Okay, straight up, how did he lose me? I don't even know. I mean, I think it sounds fine. I have it turned down like half volume for stream. I don't know. All right. Here's what I was thinking. I was thinking that maybe the reason it sounds weird to me, maybe the reason I think it's weird is because audio just has like basically half-life to me now. Audio has the same limitation as like a monitor screen does. It can only show like kind of a narrow range of brightness. Or not, okay, not a screen, but like the underlying values that we use only have so much like resolution, I guess, right? It's not a log scale. What? You mean half-life isn't like, I don't know what you mean. Yeah, and there's that weird ass navigation he just did. Instead of coming straight to me, he ran all the way over to that point, and then now he's coming at me. I was thinking maybe it's a limitation with just audio. Like, we can only produce like such range of like volume But I feel like that's not correct because this is analog, right? This is literally producing the thing that we hear in real life. This isn't a screen where we have to say, all right, brighten this pixel by 1/256, right? We're not that limited on audio. We have like the real thing. So why is it that sound travels so well, or seems to, but in this game, I have to go linear and I have to like crank up the unit distance before I can even hear him at a range that I feel like I should be able to hear him at. Like honestly, if I was standing here and he was walking down there, I feel like I should be able to hear that. Projectile? It's not projectile, it's rays. So they travel instantly. But the bullets do travel out of the gun barrel itself. So, but I feel like that doesn't make sense, like I said, because the sound is the real thing. This is like, it's as if the monitor was producing real light, right? Like I shouldn't be limited to some floating point values here. But also, like, do I really want to get super into, like, researching how audio, how stuff works in real life? I don't know. Alright, I don't know. I don't like it. This doesn't make sense to me. This feels like some kind of wrong thing. I don't know. Am I still making it loud? No. Okay. Red 0. Let me go and get I think I shouldn't have this right now. Yeah, there's literally nothing changed there. Sound effects amazing. Now I know what bothered me the other day when I thought the sound effects didn't match zombie. It's the unmatched volume with the distance. Now it's fine. What you're hearing just now? I mean, I believe it's just wrong. Something's got to be wrong. Either it should be linear with a unit distance of 1, or it should be something like inverse square. I mean, either way, in unit distance, unit size should be 1. There's no reason that should be anything greater than 1. No reason it should be anything different than 1. So I don't know why making it louder makes it better. I mean, I guess it effectively brings everything like 5 times closer to you. Or it expands your hearing. It makes your hearing 5 times more sensitive, basically. Scale between the player, enemy, and guns. I mean, I do. I have them on different buses. But the point of that is just so that, you know, someone could go into the settings and think, you know, I think the guns are too loud, let me turn that down. I want to hear the characters more, let me turn that up, right? That's just personal preference. But I think the default mix should be like physically correct. Like I said, I can hear people talking like 2 houses away. I can hear people walking on a gravel path quite far from me. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if there's some amount of physical simulation that I have to then map to headphones. Maybe just dynamic range of headphones isn't as extreme as I really think it is. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I need to go like walking around on the rocks and just see like how loud it really sounds to me. Because maybe I just have this expectation that audio should be compressed in the game in that context. So when I'm listening to it, I'm like, oh, he's not loud enough. Okay, well, now he's too loud. I can hear him from too far away. Well, it sounds like once he gets about like 20 feet away from me, he never gets any louder. Like, I don't know. I mean, it does. I'm just not sure what's like physically accurate. Because like I said, their default is 10 unit distance, which means your hearing is 10 times sensitive, essentially. Or a thing that's 10 meters away from you sounds like it's 1 meter away from you. Something that's 100 meters away sounds like it's 10 meters away. And then it's linear, so you know, double the distance, it gets half as loud. But it's not quite like that, right? For every meter away, it gets 1 unit quieter. Instead of getting proportionally quieter, like I would think it should. Like if you're at 100 feet from me, or whatever it is, 100 meters from me, and you take 1 step backwards, you're not 1 unit quieter. You're like, you're basically the same volume, right? At that kind of distance, you basically don't change at all. And like even quiet sounds that you couldn't even hear, like, I don't know. Like if I take this plastic bag or something, like hold it at arm's length, that sounds pretty quiet. Then I put it right up to my ear, and suddenly it's super, super loud. Right? It didn't get like 1 unit louder, it got like 100 times louder. Maybe what I'm really looking for oh man. Maybe what I'm really looking for is something very similar to how luminosity is handled in Godot. Or I say in Godot. In pretty much any rendering pipeline. You essentially have a gamma function. So near 0, it's pretty linear. Once you get beyond a certain point, that linear starts sloping out and you kind of have like a flat, you have a ceiling, right? So maybe I could have changed around the whole thing for it, where I plug in real audio values. So I say, I know that footsteps are measured at like 40 decibels. Or 50 decibels, or whatever it is. I plug that in to my audio player for the movement. I balance the grass and rock together. So I say, all right, grass should be this quiet relative to the rock. All right, cool, that's all good. And then I use that. I take that 30 decibel value, or 40 or 50 or whatever it is. Do my distance parameters, whatever, to it. attenuate it, and then pass that through a gamma function, something like it, where maybe 60 or maybe like 40 decibels or 50 decibels maps to like 0 in your headphones. Everything less than that goes negative. Anything greater than that starts clamping at like +3 or something. So a gunshot, which would be like 160, like literally right in front of you, would still be clamped to like 3, right? It'd be very close to 3, essentially 3. I think that would make things carry a lot better, probably. So something like people talking, which I say I could hear from like a large distance, that would carry because that would start at like 60 or 70, maybe somewhere like 60, 65. That would map to, you know, I attenuate it over the distance and it probably comes down like 40 or 50 by the time it reaches me from like a large distance. And that would map to like 0. So it would sound pretty clear, I think. Maybe that's what I should do. Then I can use my inverse squared distance, unisize 1, and I would stop messing around with like 0 being my loudest sound and -20 being quieter. Instead it would be 0 would be, I mean I would map it out. 0 would be the quietest sound I could hear, so like maybe -100 or something, or like -24, -40. Yeah, I think when I was watching the meter, the zombie, I feel like I could start hearing him around 40 or 45. So maybe we could map that to 0. So -40 is where 0 is. No, sorry. When I say 0, I mean 0 as in the quietest sound you can hear. And you go up from there. On computers, we say 0 is the loudest sound that the computer can play without clipping, without distorting it. And then we go negative from there. So then you like that would allow me to have like high bass volumes and then they attenuate correctly, maybe. And then I run it through that gamma, so I get things that reach 0, so they're basically inaudible, drop down to like 40. Maybe I'd say like 1 or 2. Maybe like, I don't know. Maybe 10 is where I say my quietest sound is, so that maybe that maps to like -40 on the computer. And then 60 probably maps to 0. And then everything over that slowly approaches like 3. Maybe I should try that. All right. That's on my list. And it's really easy for me to do that because I can just modify only the audio stream player. This takes an input volume from the player. So I can say, all right, this is footstep sounds. Let's have our baseline be 40, 50 decibels. And then we attenuate using something more natural, maybe. I would think inverse square is how sound works in the real world, I would think. And maybe it's not. Maybe because of just how air works or something. Maybe sound doesn't get quiet that fast. Maybe it is closer to linear. All right, I'm going to say that's an idea that I have, but I think I actually got to do research. So this is going to be on my own time. I think I'm gonna wrap it up for today. Research. I don't know. Loudness. Volume. I don't know. Research volume decay with distance in the real world. Or just research volume decay. 8 hours. About, you know. Figure out. Like I said, this is gonna be a moment in time, but I'm just gonna plan it out here. Figure out how volume decays with distance in physical world. I think gamma function is right. I'm just calling it gamma function because I'm taking that word from gamma function with shaders, with pixel values, pixel colors. That maps the 0 to 200 decibel to a log range, I guess. Probably put conversation decibel at 0. Gunshots near 3. And walking near -40. Or and 10 dB near -40 is my thought. Eight hours. Yeah. I really want to go further, but I'm slowing down. I feel it. I feel myself slowing down. I probably won't be able to fully get into this before I'm just like checked out mentally. Change volume settings on audio stream player 3D to use real decibel values greater than 0. Positive dB. And map attenuated dB to with gamma function. Go touch Irish grass. How about American grass? And then here's my expectation, which I should probably put in. Maybe I put that first. My goal. Sound carries quite far, but is obviously diminished with distance. And say gunshots from a large. This is one thing I haven't been able to test yet because I don't really have a way to set this up. But I want to put a gun in the world and have it fire while I am very, very far away from it and see what it sounds like. Gunshots from a large distance. I know it's gonna sound pretty bad because it's just gonna sound like a quiet gunshot that went off like right next to you. So there's not gonna be any echo or anything like that. So none of that's gonna sound correct. But I'm just looking for the volume because I know I have a good idea of how far that sound travels when it's unobstructed. So I want to make sure that that works, and that as I get closer, it progressively sounds louder in a way that I think is just correct. Are audible but quiet, and then footsteps can be heard from a good distance and get louder as they approach. I mean, this all seems like, you know, obvious stuff, but oh no. Once again, I don't know my own language. It's definitely with 2 P's, right? Yeah. Get louder as they approach. I'm definitely feeling like the zombie. There's like a range where I can't hear him. He gets a little bit closer. I can hear him barely. He gets a bit closer. Now I can hear him really clearly. And then he doesn't seem to get any louder for like a long distance in front of me, right? That's my issue with it. And it's definitely, I'm pretty sure it's because it's linear. And also, the unit size being any value other than 1 doesn't make sense to me. That can't be natural. That can't be correct. Gunshots from a large distance are audible but quiet. Footsteps can be heard from a good distance but get louder as they approach. And then audio players accept real decibel values. Positive dB. And do not explode eardrums. Ever. Okay. Alright, that's it for today. I'm going to do this research tonight and figure this out. I need to know what the real formula for this is. Because apparently I don't know it. It's not simple enough to just change it to inverse squared, because that's what I think it should be. Because then it's basically inaudible until it's on top of me, and then I can barely hear it. Having this unit size, anything other than 1, like I said, does not make sense. That would essentially just be the value that I like. Maybe I slide it up a little bit, like maybe a little bit close to 2, so I can hear it from twice the distance, because that's the point of it, right? And twice the distance is a pretty big jump, right? The default being 10, which you hear things 10 times further away than you should be able to. Alright, well, that's it. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.